Пані та панове, ми ще 5-7 хвилин чекаємо наших VIP-гостей. Складна
Ladies
ситуація.
and gentlemen, we are waiting for a few moments for our VIP guests and a bit of your patience. And during the event, we are not posting any photos. And only after the event is finished, we will publish something. So 5-7 more minutes and we can start.
Шановні учасники та учасниці нашої події, просимо всіх займати свої місця.
Dear participants, please take your seats. That is National Media Talk, and yes, you had lots of talks prior to this meeting, and in a few seconds we can start.
Бути журналістом в країні, що знаходиться у багаторічній війні,
To be a journalist in Ukraine, in the country which is in ongoing war, that is a challenge. And
картину майбутнього.
we are also creating the future. Let's talk. The main challenge, in my opinion, for our media is to keep democracy in Ukraine, because at the moment, under the coverage of the war, many things are censored because of many things, and at the same time, corruption it can be evolving in the environment, and therefore we have to be aware of these kind of things, and we should not allow this to become legal. The main challenge for small regional media is lack of resources, both financial and human resources. How to keep the attention, how to compete with bloggers, and not only to survive but to develop. Let's talk. The main challenge for media is a full-scale war and its consequences, and mainly lack of human resources. Many of our members of staff, they are defending Ukraine. They have left. Of course, we're preparing the new members of the team, but nevertheless, it needs time. Stress is another challenge. We are filming sad events, and all of us, we need to find the resources, where to find this emotional resource. Let's talk. The main challenge which Ukrainian media are facing is to answer the question, what is the best financial model for Ukrainian media will allow Ukrainian media to have enough resources to create high quality content, and Ukrainian journalists could continue their important work. And the answer, and not only the future of Ukraine, not only the future of media, but also the future of the country depends on this answer. What kind of challenges do we have? We have to be independent. We have to work for the people and not for the owner. And we should not choose clickbait, but the future. The main challenge is to keep the staff with no financing, and at the same time, we have to keep the balance between the truthful information and the one which you should provide to the audience to support them. One of the key challenges is misinformation and disinformation. It is there is a lot of misinformation in media sector at the moment, and the role of the journalist is our shield against manipulations and lies. According to our researchers, I can say that the key challenge for media is a complex challenge. First of all, that is safety and security challenges, including insurance for the journalist, that is human resources, that is the strong support of the outlets, and also that is a fast upgrade of technologies. Let's talk. Disinformation is one of the things which gave us additional work in these days. We are not telling only the stories of our heroes, but we are living through these stories with our viewers. Telegram channels are trusted more than media. These are the challenges which we are facing as media now. And what about your challenges? Let's talk. The main challenge for media is not looking for challenges, but to start to resolve the problems. Let's talk. Let's talk for sure. Good morning, everyone. We are starting our national media talk, and let's applaud each other. Let's greet each other. We are very glad to see each other here. And once again, National Media Talk gathers lots of media representatives, and we would like to discuss very important topics today. My name is Dmitro Korkin. I'm the anchorman of Ukrainsky Radio and the member of the board of Suspilne. And I'm very glad to spend this first day with you. Small clarifications regarding the conditions we are working in and how we are working. So during the martial law, we are asking you, when you're taking photos and videos, we're asking you not to post them immediately, but to do that after the end of the event. And that is the thing we are doing due to safety and security reasons. If you will hear the air raid alert, in this case, we go to the bomb shelter. I hope that we will manage to hold these media talks without any kind of sirens. So good morning, good afternoon, and greetings for those who are watching us on YouTube. So I would like to ask the ambassador of the US to Ukraine, Bridget Brink, the president of Internews network, Miss Ginny Brugo, and also Gillian McCormack to present the opening.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I'm really pleased to be with this amazing group of media pioneers. Thank you. Thank you. As well as with our partners in government and the RADA. We all share the same goal of enabling Ukraine to win the war against Russia and to achieve the long-held aspirations of the Ukrainian people to join the European family of nations. And independent media plays a critical role in both of these historic goals. In Ukraine, principles such as media freedom are not an abstraction. Independent, reliable information saves lives, helps you make decisions about your family's future, and also helps you hold your government accountable to the people. You, Ukraine's brave reporters, investigators, and watchdogs, have put your lives on the line. Victor, a reporter with Nakipilo in Kharkiv, was filming the work of first responders to a missile strike when his team came under shelling, a double-tap strike, one of Russia's most cynical and horrific tactics to its brutal war here in Ukraine. Victor's life was saved only because he was wearing a bulletproof vest and helmet provided by the Institute of Mass Information, another partner here today, with support from USAID. You are also holding Russia to account on the world stage. In July, investigative outlet Babel exposed that a number of Russian athletes who had expressed support for the full-scale invasion, and as a result, 6 non-neutral athletes were expelled from the Olympic Games. This may sound like a small thing, but it is not, because it shows the reputational cost to Putin's senseless aggression. And this is part of his calculation on how he conducts this war. As you are holding corrupt actors to account here as well, thanks to an investigation by Behus.info, the assets of 4 companies linked to pro-Kremlin associates were seized and transferred to Ukrainian authorities in late July, after they had repeatedly evaded inspection. I'm also keenly aware of attacks on independent journalists, members of civil society, and reformers. This is just unacceptable in a democratic media space and has no future in a Ukraine focused on fulfilling the desire of its people to join the EU and NATO. But it is because of brave work like that done by all of you that Ukraine remains resilient, democratic, and free. And as a result, Ukraine has risen to 61st place on the World Press Freedom Index in 2024, up from 79th in 2023, a significant leap forward even during the time of war. And that is thanks to all of you. This progress, however, has come at an immense cost. 17 journalists have died while reporting on Russia's war, and over 70 who have enlisted as soldiers have also lost their lives. This sacrifice, your sacrifice, is a profound reminder of the cost of truth-telling in the face of brutal aggression. but also of the importance of your work. It is thanks to you that the world knows about Russia's atrocities here, and their efforts are laying the groundwork for future justice. The United States has invested in building the capacity and standards of newsrooms of over 200 media outlets since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion. Through USAID's media program in Ukraine, we're supporting the media watchdogs that expose disinformation and media manipulation. I'm so grateful to Internews Network, whose president is here with us today. Great to see you, Jeannie, for being a lifeline to so many of you. Our embassy's Media Development Fund has sponsored small and newly created media NGOs in every major city since the early 1990s, offering training, equipment, and technical assistance to independent and state outlets alike. I'm particularly proud of the United States investment, together with our European partners, in Suspilne, Ukraine's public broadcaster, whose creation was one of the first reforms passed after the Revolution of Dignity. Suspilne has a vital, unique role in providing public information with public funding in the public interest. It is crucial that even in times of war, Suspilne is robustly funded so that it can continue to embody the essential role of public broadcasters in the European democracy you are fighting to become. Media's ability to fulfill this role also requires equal access to the public space for all voices in society, even during war, in order to support your European path. And in any society, at any time, there must be zero tolerance for the harassment and intimidation of journalists and investigative reporters who are fulfilling the sacred trust of all democracies, the ability of the people to hold government to account. These are the issues that you will be grappling with over the next 2 days, and I'm so encouraged to see government, civil society, and media together in this room, because achieving your strategic goals, a strong, a prosperous, a sovereign, democratic nation that's integrated into the EU and NATO, means having these tough conversations and adhering to professional standards and practices that are shared among democracies around the world. This bright future, one your country, and most importantly, your people have chosen, and for which you are all sacrificing so much, is a future that the United States and we at the embassy and I personally strongly support. Free and independent media is and must continue to be a foundational principle that guides you along this path. Thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini.
Дякуємо і запрошуємо до слова президентку.
Thank you. We would like to invite Internews Network, Jeannie Burgo, President.
Thank you so much for those wonderful comments. I am really honored to be here today at USAID and Internews' flagship annual event for Ukraine's independent media community. As many of you know, Internews has been working continuously in Ukraine since 1994, collaborating the entire time with USAID and our Ukrainian partners to build a stronger, healthier media environment. And I personally have been coming for the last 23 of those 30 years. And I'm so proud of the things we've achieved together since those early days. When we started out, it was just a few years after 92% of Ukrainians voted in favor of Ukrainian independence and triggered the dissolution of the Soviet Union. That really captures one of the key features working here. Ukraine has always been an agent of change. In those early days, our work was really about very practical support, providing technical equipment, training people on how to use it, mostly working with our first partner here, Internews Ukraine, led by my oldest friend in this country, Konstantin Kurt. Internews Ukraine proved then and now that they are agents of change. A good example of that can be found in our current USAID media program, where Internews Ukraine has introduced and popularized the concept of solutions journalism, a form of journalism that explains in critical yet clear-eyed way how people solve widely shared problems. Internews Ukraine not only introduced this concept to Ukraine, but they also propagated it by providing 80 small grants and stipends to regional media and journalists from all around the country. I am also so grateful to Katya Misnikova and all of her talented colleagues at the National Association of Media, not just for organizing this event today, but for being extraordinary agents of change. They have tirelessly supported regional media companies while also being one of the key drivers for the improvement of Ukraine's legal operating environment for the media. In fact, so many of you in this room are agents of change, and your impact is clear. One of the finest examples is that after many years of advocating for it, after the Orange Revolution and the Revolution of Dignity, Ukraine passed a historic law transforming the state broadcaster into a public service broadcaster. And you didn't just pass this law, you're also implementing it properly, defending the public service broadcaster's independence from political interference, and winning for it a reputation for reliable and professional news coverage. This, everyone, is a rare accomplishment in our world. And why stop with the public broadcaster? Even during Russia's temporary occupation and full-scale invasion, the people in this room led the way to passing a new law on media that brings Ukrainian legislation not just in line with European law, but also in some ways that exceed it. We hear from European colleagues that they're intrigued by the development of your new co-regulatory working groups for different types of media. It's a new approach, and it could be a game changer. And there are other partners in this room we're so honored to work with for so many years, including Detector Media, led by Natalia Ligachova, and the Institute for Mass Information, led by Oksana Romanyuk. They, too, are true agents of change. For the tracking of Russian war crimes against media, constantly monitoring the needs of media professionals, for the whitelist and map of recommended media that help point Ukrainians to the best and most reliable media around the country. I want to thank these two brilliant women for their leadership in bringing together an association of over 100 media and civil society allies to what is being called the Media Rook. The Media Rook is a coalition defending media freedom and media rights in ways that provide swift and practical benefits to journalists based on actual needs. We all know that because of the full-scale invasion, Ukrainian media are facing challenges they've never faced before. Last week, we heard from a media outlet in Mariupol that now has an audience split into 3 distinct groups, each with distinct information needs. One audience is the internally displaced inside of Ukraine. The second is the refugees abroad. And the third is those who remain under temporary occupation. This is not an easy newsroom to run. We've heard from a journalist in Kherson who talked about writing stories of how Kherson's citizens warn each other when they see Russian drones targeting vehicles in the city center. They're signaling so that drivers in danger can either speed up and get away or stop and jump out of the car. These stories capture dark times in Ukraine, dark times for our media partners and colleagues. This community has lost too many talented, wonderful people to this war, people whose loss can never be replaced. So all I can say is that I am filled with gratitude and admiration for the incredible work that you all do. You inspire us every day with how you continue to work, continue to achieve great things, to hold the Russian soldiers accountable for their crimes, to hold the Ukrainian authorities accountable to the people, to keep on doing your job, reporting the truth. You all are agents of change. And I'm going to close by saying how enormously grateful we are to the U.S. government and the U.S. Agency for International Development for the truly amazing collaboration and for being here to help independent media in Ukraine in their time of greatest need. Thanks to all of you for joining us here today. I look forward to fruitful and productive discussions over the next 2 days. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Дякуємо. І запрошуємо
Thank
до
you,
слова
and
директорку
I would like to invite the
Інтернет
Internews
України
director,
Маккормак.
Gillian McCormack.
Доброго ранку.
Good morning.
Зізнатися, що
I have to confess that every time when I see 3 women on the stage together, I remember Shakespeare's Macbeth. Do you know Shakespeare's Macbeth? Well, it starts with the scene where there are three witches coming out on the stage, and they're saying, "When shall we meet again under this thunderstorm? When in the fight, one party will overcome the other." And since you are my viewers, I would like to use this opportunity and inform you that Shakespeare's Macbeth is a piece of disinformation about one of our most successful and most favorite old Scottish kings. He did not kill the old king in his bed. He did not lead his wife to suicide, and he did not die miserably just after 1 year of ruling. He was considered to be very wise and kind, and he was ruling for 17 years, in fact. And I think that life in Ukraine and learning Ukrainian language has changed my attitude to certain things, which I, in the past, would not consider to be that important. But now I see the long-term impact on the culture of which promotes such lies like in Shakespeare's story. And I thought that if I try to learn Ukrainian, I can also try to learn Gallic as well. The majority of the toponymic names in the Scottish part where I live has Gaelic origins. All these years, I was looking at it without knowing what it means, as if it was written a completely strange and foreign language, or as if they made no sense at all, just a random selection of sounds. And this was the profound destruction of our language by imposing English. And so many Scots, just like me, don't know what these names mean where we live. Living in Ukraine, I was ashamed for this ignorance, because I was observing how you value your freedom, your language, your history and culture, and how you protect it. For the Media USAID program in 2022, our priorities have changed, starting from the support of the ordinary professional development of independent media to Ukraine to supporting their thriving. And now, in the third year of the full-fledged aggression of Russia against Ukraine, we should think not about just survival, but what Ukrainians expect or need from their media, and what media values we need to be protecting for the future of Ukraine. We were coming here, we have come here to take time and to discuss during these 2 days how independent media can help support the European trajectory of Ukraine, how we can resist the influence of the state over the information flows, at the same time supporting people in their fight. Thank you very much for joining us in this discussion conversation. Thank you for what you're doing in your communities. Thank you for informing your communities and making them protected from the enemies. I live in Danun, in a small city on the north, the north part of the Atlantic Ocean. Only last week, because of my Gaelic language classes, I understood that Danun in Gaelic means the fortress on the river. So because of you, I learned that I live in a city which was protecting my community from our enemies. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone who is protecting us. Thank you to the armed forces of Ukraine. Thank you to the witches of the Konotop.
Сподіваюся, перемога уже близько.
And I do hope that our victory is close at hand. Before we start our next session, I would like to ask you to stand for the minute of commemoration to our media colleagues who have fallen during this war since 2022.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you very much. I would like you to welcome our keynote speaker, Yevhen Libovitsky. Yevhen, you're welcome. To be honest, I'm afraid, and it was scary to look at these pictures and comprehending the Georgian Gata and many other colleagues who have fallen for the changes, fighting for the free speech, for the first victims of that war, which at that time was the war for changes, and now we spilled over into the full-fledged war of the past, which wants to cancel the present day. So, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to stand back from our ordinary discussions and stand outside of the box, which can be a certain cliche in our environment. I can say that oligarch media is bad and public media is good, public broadcasting is good, and like I said, censorship is bad and freedom is good. But I think we have to make our context a little bit more sophisticated to understand where we are and what world we are entering in. One of the important challenges that we have to deal with is that in Ukraine, we do feel very much that it's not about the quantity of the audience anymore. When we are talking about quantitative measurements, be it ratings or coverage or exposure, they end not only because the audiences are getting smaller. Who could have thought that we'd be thinking about whether we are 25 or 30 million? Well, we have gotten used, there's many more of us. And it's just not the question of the empty cities and towns. I remember my work in 2016 somewhere and all these numerous trips to Donetsk region. I remember all these vast territories which now have been destroyed and they don't exist, and there are no people who were working there at that time, and there are no local media that were used to work there, and no communication infrastructure, which was in place serving these communities and these people. And well, the human losses will be experienced with ever greater, and we're going through one brick for the other. The market of Ukraine has become smaller than Polish one. qualitative one, and we can see that the traditional coverage by mass media is squeezing. The forced digitalization basically makes us think differently about the audiences, and similarly to the challenge that we have across the country on how to see the quality behind the quantity, I think we have to be very cautious of this transition. And we are in the quantitative logic, in the logic where more is better. This is the logic that most probably we will not be able to make sustainable. We need to think how to go into the qualitative logic where better is different and better in a different way. And it will be manifested in different kinds of areas. For instance, in technologies, it will be manifested in business models and how we're going to approach the governance, in what ideas we are expressing to implement them and to create something new out of it. And in fact, say 10, 15, or 20 years ago, at similar discussions, we were talking about how we see ourselves in Ukraine compared to Western giants, and we were overwhelmed with the feeling of our being not fully realized or being secondary. I think that media organizations now sometimes are the most advanced, the most courageous, the most innovative these days, and they cannot simply follow someone's Western roadmaps or but create their own trends. So we have to look at ourselves as mature and grown-up subjects. And the other thing this is going to influence us is technological updates and upgrading. So globalizations, the need to move, the mixing of different communities will push us ever more towards greater and greater digitalization and cooperation, coordination of the contents and interaction of people between each other. So it means that we're switching into completely different technological mode where there are no senior audiences, for example, who are not able to work in the digital world and can work in the non-digital analogous world is going away, and that drags along a lot of challenges. For example, ethical, in particular, ethical challenges. We have seen several interviews which turned out to be deepfakes later on. We have seen how Ukrainian producers are using the images of people from the past, which were created by artificial intelligence. Each of such use, each of those innovations is generating ethical questions. And these ethical questions are also the questions that we need to respond to. We can try to close our eyes and say that we better not follow the unclear technologies with unclear consequences, but we know that someone in our community will be entrepreneurial enough who will try and do it. And so it's better to start looking at these media communities as communities who can be leaders, one of the leaders in shaping these ethical questions. Ukrainian Catholic University is actively working with bioethics. Bioethics is going to be important because sometimes from now we can see how contemporary technologies will be allowing either to print 3D the parts of the bodies for the people, or how different parameters of Ukrainian health and livelihood is going to change, and ethical questions that come out of that become of critical importance. Ukrainian education, to a large extent, is falling behind from these challenges. And similar to what we see how journalists how journalists, faculties train people who know how to ask questions, how to write, but they can't manage their personal finances or they can't manage their talent as a business. In a similar manner, in some time from now, we will need to say what ethical challenges need to be responded to and in what manner. And I think we need to be more attentive about where media can be a locomotive that could drag along some of the adjacent spheres that we will need to engage and work with. Why am I talking about ethics and about reproductive health or the prolonging the life of people and all of these technologies? Because one of the factors which is going to be decisive for the Ukrainian economy and the media sphere similarly, although we're feeling this less because the war is making us think about demographics. Demographics of Ukraine looked bad before the war. After the war, it looks disastrously. We had 1 million newborns at the edge of 19th, 20th century. We had about 500,000 who were being born on the edge between Soviet Union and Ukraine. 187,000 people were born last year. This year, according to the Institute of Demography, about 150,000 kids will be born. So we're saying that actually we're seeing how the population of Ukraine is shrinking, and that kind of raises a lot of challenges which are not obvious right now. The Ukrainian business is operating with the assumptions that the growth of markets is higher than drop in population numbers, and then can invest. But after some time, they will see that the drop in the numbers of population cannot be compensated by the competitive markets. What this will lead to, that if businesses start understanding that they are on the thin ice, they will start looking for a comfortable point to exit the markets. And when they will be taking investments out of the markets, it will suddenly turn out that services are disappearing, that jobs are disappearing, that advertisers are disappearing. Those who can consume something are disappearing as well. So in other words, we're living in the illusion that there are a lot of services, they're accessible and they're of good quality. When there is no competitive market, one of the first things that start to be destroyed is the quality of services. So in other words, after the war, we can suddenly end up on the market where there will be little amount of services, they will be expensive and they will be quality. And they create conditions that there will be of a much greater challenge from the point of view of advertising for media, from the point of view of the community of well-paid employees who can donate for the media, who will be supporting the media. So just to give you the example, in 2018, 2020, I was one of the experts who was developing the youth policy strategy of Ukraine. At that time, we were using the statistics data, which said that in Ukraine, there's a little bit more than 3 million people over 25, 29 years. At that time, there was around 1.8 million people from 15 to 19. In 10 years, those who are 15 to 19 will grow up, and if they don't go out of the country, their number will decrease by 2. But we add migration, the factor of war, and we understand that of 3 million of young people, we go into something less 1 million. This is the group of 25, 29. This is locomotive driver for Ukrainian economy. This is those who are buying the first laundry washing machine, who are buying the first partner, the first automobile. So they are defining not only their life, but all those who they help to make the economy going and run properly. So we have to be conscious of the circumstances that will come out of this. Democratic challenge has three ways of solving it: increase fertility and birth rates, almost impossible. In this case, you can delay the mortality, the death rates by increasing and investing into healthcare. This is the privilege of rich societies. We are not one of those. And the third factor is migration. Migration is going to be an inevitable factor of filling up the gap. But migration is a good ground for populists. It's a good ground for those who will try to hype and make a hype on and trying to subvert some of the zones of societies for their own benefit. And whether mass media is really attentive to see what kind of changes we're going to see during either technological, demographical, or other kind of transitions, for example, transitions where
the
we
sheets
need
when we have
to
to
exit the
go
war as a
out of the war and
society
come back to
and go
return
back
to the
to
normal
peaceful
life. But
life
nevertheless, we have
by
to keep
preserving
the
the
high
large
level of
level of
militarization
militarization,
because
because the
from
frontier nature of
Ukraine,
Ukraine will not
Ukraine
go away.
will not disappear. So we are talking about the situation when we have strategic challenges, which practically mean that they will require lots of attention to yourself, love of cautious to yourself. And often it is said that if nothing changes in Ukraine, if the tendencies will continue, in the end of the century, we'll have 15 million people living in the world. 15 million is probably not enough people to for the states to exist in the current borders. I mean, like the borders, of course, of 1991. So at the same time, it means that we have to understand that how can we conceptualize various challenges? For example, do we consider migration as the human resource, or migration is the way to protect Ukrainian identity as the tool for survival of Ukrainians? And depending on how media is going to provide a platform for the votes, for the voices, it will have an impact on conceptualization of this discussion in Ukraine, and it will have an impact whether populists will be able to manipulate the most important questions and the challenges which we will see in the 21st century. We can see how fragmented is the media environment and media. Just look the languages the business uses. Just look at the language which is used by humanitarian publics and humanitarian sector, the church, the local governance, and the language which the education talks. All of these are different languages. So all in all, we can say that we have a big Babylon Tower, where the important mediators, where the important brokers and mediators and those who can interpret are important. And the question of leaving the mode of challenges to the mode of responding the challenges, that is the issue of the responsibility. Do media help different sectors to understand each other on the horizontal level? Because if media do not consider it to be their obligation in this case, there will be always the strong desire to be a strong vertical instead of horizontal line. So we know that at most strong vertical leads in Ukraine to bloodshedding and to revolutions. And in fact, it means that in Ukrainian media environment, we have more responsibility than it can seem. It's also important to provide with the right concept, because we can see that the lack of support to Ukraine during the war from the side of Western countries, or not sufficient support from these countries, leads to lack of vision of the end of the war, lack of concept. For example, the Russian Federation, which failed this war, and this Ukraine is considered to be something that can cease existing, and the Russian Federation is considered to be something that will always exist, because the Russian Federation is a big country with Russian culture, Russian literature, and whatever, and the territories are big, and so on and so forth. And here we have another question: how media understand their responsibility in conceptualization? How do media understand how to interact and to highlight those who are capable of providing intellectual contribution, which can be later used by the entire society? Majority of Ukrainians, majority of the contributions which is made in science and media is not heard in Ukraine, and their voices are not broadcasted on the international stage. Lack of critical thinking means that we have lack of input information for the people to understand what is happening. In 34 years of independence, on the 34th year of independence, we start to understand what kind of indicators are probably the most important for Ukraine to understand how do Ukrainians feel in Ukraine. And the key indicator, which we can see at the moment, is institutional trust. Institutional trust is very special type of metrics because it is more complex than it can seem. We got used to measuring the popularity. We got used to measuring coverage, but we did not got used to measure the trust to the procedures, not to the people, but to the rules, not to the people, but to institutions. Ukrainians show that they do not want to trust institutions, and the general level of institutional trust is still on the very low level. It is very typical for post-totalitarian countries. And that is understandable because we had bad history with institutions and also in the previous periods. And we can understand the reasons and consequences of it. And of course, we are not going to rely on something that was trying to kill our parents. And at the same time, it shows the dynamics of these trusts. In the first days of the full-scale war, Ukrainian society has changed its approaches, and at the point where we had lack of trust, suddenly society gave the credit of trust. The credit of trust to the position of the president of Ukraine, and it changed from -20 to +70. Lots of institutions moved from the red zone to the green zone, and at this point, we had another misunderstanding. At the moment when the society gave the credit of trust to the administration of the president, administration understood it as the evaluation of their previous work and not as a credit. And therefore, we got telemarathon, we got 2-3 weeks and Arestovich, we got those things which later identified the level of depression after the counteroffensive. We got the things which later have identified the fall of these trusts and which later understood mean that at the same time we have both the war and low level of trust. And it also means that media have to understand where do they exist, that they have to understand what would be the consequences, not of their publications, not of the topics they're raising, but the way how they are talking, the way
слова обираються в
What
синонімічних
words do they
рядах,
choose?
то яким чином
What
і з якими припущеннями ми підходимо
what
до
assumptions do they have?
транслюємо
What we
свої
are
упередження,
broadcasting and how we are sharing our
сумніви, чи ми навпаки
assumption and
впевненості і
are we
визначеності
full
на
of
добре чи на зле.
confidence?
Фактично,
And in
ми
fact,
є в точці, де
we are at the point when
випробування, які
the
падають на
challenges
українське медійне
which
середовище,
Ukrainian media
масштаб
environment faces
якого
has a scale
важко би було собі,
which is hard
і
to
важко би було собі
imagine,
уявити, якби це була
if
теоретична
only
справа.
that was theoretical
І однозначно те, що
exercise. And of
відбувається
course,
тут,
the
це
thing
є
which
важливим не
we
тільки для
see
нас.
now
Це
is
досвід
not
великий,
important
але
just
це так
for
само
us. It's also
досвід
experience for
тих, хто
Ukraine, but nevertheless,
професійно
it's
буде йти
also
шляхом
the experience for
українізації.
those who are going
Ми
to choose
зараз
Ukrainian
створюємо
way.
моделі для себе,
We are
так само
establishing the
створюємо
models for
моделі для
ourselves,
інших
but we
країн,
are
які будуть
also
йти
establishing the
рано чи
models for
пізно
the other countries who
через
which are
трансформацію, через
going to go
зміни.
through the similar
І
transformation
здавалося б, що
and
Україна стає
change. And
лідером
it
для
seems like
умовного
Ukraine
спротиву,
becomes
якщо
the
бачити
leader for,
певної частини того, що напевно некоректно
so to say,
називається
East, or for
глобальним.
something
Але
which
я би
can be
сказав, що
called
наступне.
in
Минулого тижня я
can be
мав
called the
незвичний
global
досвід
south.
в
So last
Польщі,
week I
де
had a wonderful
обговорювався
trip
те,
to
яким
Poland,
чином
where we
зарадити
discussing
доступу
how we
суспільним
can
мовам.
support
Я би
Polish
ризикнув сказати,
public
що
broadcaster.
я би не
And
поміняв
I think
проблеми
that
українських
I would have
суспільного
not
мовника на проблеми
changed
польського суспільного мовника.
the challenges which
І
Ukrainian
відповідно
public
можливо
broadcaster
знати,
has
який вплив
for the
українське медійне
Polish
середовище
public
своїми рішеннями
broadcaster.
може мати не тільки
And
на
of
Україну, але
course,
наприклад, так само
these
на ті країни, які здавалося би
the
були
challenges we have in
компетентними,
Ukraine
здавалося би більш
might have an
впливовими,
impact on the countries
здавалося
which
би
which
мають
seem to be more
кращі
powerful,
інституційні
have
чи
better
модельні рішення.
institutional or
Однак
model
може
solutions.
виявитися, що
And at
українські
some point, it
інновації
can appear that
є
Ukrainian innovations
набагато
are even
серйознішими і
more,
набагато якіснішими,
even
ніж
stronger, and have
дозволяє
higher
говорити
quality
про це наш комплекс
our
неповноцінності.
than
Я
we
думаю,
imagine.
що
So
питання в тому, що
I
цей
think the
Рубікон
issue is that
означає
this
початок дорослішання.
Rubicon means
Початок
the
дорослості
start
означає
of
зменшення комфорту.
adulthood, and it
Дискомфорт
means
насправді
that
більше
we will have
можливостей.
less comfort, but at the
Дякую.
same time, we
Слава
will have
Україні.
more opportunities. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine.
Героям слава. Дякуємо, Євгене.
Glory to hero. Thank you, Yevhen.
Пані та панове, ми переходимо вже
Ladies
до
and gentlemen, we are moving to our first discussions in the framework of the international media talks. And for those who have just joined us, I would like to remind you, nevertheless, we are taking the photos. Still, we are not posting it till the end of the event, and we need to do that due to safety and security reasons. And I'm not going to take a lot of your time, even though it's media talk. I will pass the floor to Natalia Likhachova because we are coming to a very important discussion. This is a discussion about media freedom in the framework of the increasing context of the government and its impact. Ms. Ligachova, the floor is yours. So our first big talk will be about the space of media freedom in the framework of the increasing influence of the government. So are we ready to move to the first panel discussion?
Добре, друзі, ми робимо зараз невеличку перерву на
Okay, so we shall have a small coffee break, 5-7 minutes, and after this, we will have the panel. Thank you.
Пані та панове, поступово повертаємося до основної
Dear ladies
зали.
and gentlemen,
Ми мусимо вже розпочати
we
нашу першу панельну
will
дискусію.
start our first panel
Беріть з
discussion
собою
now.
каву і
Please take your
повертайтеся, будь
coffee
ласка, до
and
основної
come back
зали.
to the main hall, please.
Давай. Пані та панове,
Dear
National Media
ladies and
Talk
gentlemen,
триває.
National Media
Ми
Talk
переходимо до першої панельної
continues, and
дискусії.
it's
Запрошую
time for the
повертатися до
first
основної
panel
зали,
discussion.
а,
Please
власне,
return
саму
to the main
дискусію
hall, and
ми
this
вже
discussion
готові розпочати. Я
is ready
запрошую
to
Наталію
start. And I would
Логачову.
like to invite Natalia Lihachova to this stage.
Ми запрошуємо Наталію Логачову,
We
яка
invite Natalia
модеруватиме
Lihachova
першу
to the stage,
дискусію
who is going to
«Простір
moderate the first
медіасвободи
discussion,
в
this
умовах розширення впливу
environment,
держави».
space of media freedom in the conditions of the expanding influence of the government of the
Також ми
state.
запрошуємо вже
And also we would like
учасників
to
та
invite the
учасниць.
participants
Власта
of
Лазур,
the panel
Суспільне
discussion,
і
Власта
Радіо
Лазур,
Свобода,
Суспільне and
Ольга Руденко, The Kyiv
Radio
Independent,
Свобода, Ольга Руденко, The Kyiv
Сергій
Independent,
Черватий,
Сергій Черватий, Укрінформ,
Валентин
Валентин
Коваль,
Коваль,
Національне
National
телебачення
Council
і
of Ukraine on
радіомовлення України, і також
Telebroadcasting
голова
and
комітету
Radio
Верховної Ради
Broadcasting. And
України з
also we
питань
have
слова Ярослав
the member of the
Юрчишин.
parliament, Yaroslav Yurchishin.
Наталя Легачова
Natalia
модерує
Lihachova is going to moderate this discussion.
Я можу почати. Добрий день. Я прошу
Good
всіх,
afternoon.
хто ще не з нами,
Those of you who are still having your coffee, please join us in the main hall. We have very interesting guests, and
чекаємо
we are
Ярослава.
still waiting for Yaroslav. He is running somewhere from the parliament. Yaroslav is already here because I was told that you're still on the way. So sorry. And greetings, dear colleagues. And I hope that we will have a very fruitful discussion on a very important topic. And me, as moderator, I will say a few words why this topic is relevant at the moment. And I guess you've all seen in the program that we are going to talk about the role of the state in the informational environment. And also we have quite threatening words about crossing the red lines or about the pressure. And I would like to remind you, how did everything start? We have the war, and all of us understand that the war allows the government on the legislative level to have more control on the informational space, and they could nationalize even the private media, which didn't happen. And on the event, we said that even during the war, Ukraine stays in a democratic state in the media environment, and that we have normal processes, sufficient processes. Yes, we had a telemarathon instead of nationalization of the private media, but nevertheless, the first month of the war, it was considered to be quite positive, and that was actually something that was needed, the single voice of the government. And then later, everything started to change. And
І десь я, до речі, для себе вимірюю
by
це
the way,
з
I
минулого
I think that it started from the previous national media talks, autumn 2023, when quite significant changes started. There was a pressure on the independent media outlets through some platforms, and then we had the situation with Yuri Nikolov, then we had the issue, the Bihus team case, and right in summer 2024, we had the case with Slistvo.info, we had the case with censoring Ukrinforms. It's on the one hand, but on the other hand, the journalists started to protest. As usual, it happens in Ukraine. Media movement was making the statements. We had the meetings with the ambassadors of G7 and some of those who are with us in this room were present on these meetings. So I have the question to all the participants. What is happening right now? On the first glance, it seems like everything is fine. Everything is calm. It seems like we do not have big scandals. And the head of Ukrinform has changed. Suspilne broadcaster, let's say, they were asked to leave telemarathon, but they didn't mind it and they feel fine. So what does it mean? It means that the government has built the vertical of the control over the media environment? Or do you feel that, in fact, we are having the balance right now, that the government made one step back in their desire to control informational environment, and the media community has made one step forward? And what is, in your opinion, what does the society feel? Do they think that the governmental opinion is prevailing, or let's say, honestly, the governmental propaganda, or maybe the society feels media? So who's going to be the first one? In my opinion, everything you listed is there. Maybe at this point, we have some calm times, but nevertheless, I think that the silence is prevailing, because even if we consider the recent events, for example, Volodymyr Zelensky has some victory plan and he's going somewhere and he's going to show it somewhere, and we know nothing. What is that? And the communication, the state communication is not there. On Telemarathon, you can see that they have their own agenda, and it seems like there is lack of understanding of what is happening. So there are some islands of independence of from the media, which are trying to show the information to the people. There is Telemarathon, which has their own reality. And by the way, we recently on Radio Svoboda, we did the survey, and people were saying that Telemarathon is in another dimension. So I can see one thing around me, and I can see absolutely different thing on Telemarathon. But if we consider at this moment, then it is, we can say that it's the bad term, like informational silence. But at the moment, we are in the period of time when we cannot understand what is happening because of lack of communication with the government. And it seems to me that at some point, this lack of understanding is also felt by the audience. There is a freedom of press on a small islands, and if you want me to evaluate the situation and to have a balance in this case, I think that we have to ask the media representatives from Telemarathon. Maybe they have their own opinion, and maybe they could have told us more what do they feel. But it seems to me that they feel more or less stable. They have the budget for the next year. And at the moment, well, I don't know, Natalia, you said that the government made one step back and the civil society and journalists made one step forward. And Suspin has left telemarathon. And the moment we are kind of on this chaos. And these kind of, we are at the time when everything is unclear. That is what I feel. And it seems to me that this unclarity is also something that we show to the audience. And that's something which is not, which we wouldn't like not, we would like not to do. So you were asking where the society hears. So do you think that the society hears the voice of the government or the media? So I wanted to start from the pessimistic thought that society actually hears Telegram channels, and all of us understand this problem, and that is the subject to the separate discussion. Who is in the Telegram channels? So while we do not know who is behind the Telegram channels, and it's fine for everyone until the moment when all of these things turn into some big crisis, and until it doesn't bite those who are fine with that. So you have mentioned the cases from the beginning of the year, Bihus in 4 case prosecution. And speaking of the question whether the government stepped back, I think that nobody stepped back, nobody made step forward. But I think that the thing which happened is actually the threat which the government feels from media became less severe for them. My guess is that it became less severe because there is no perspective, no possibility that we are going to have elections. So the things which were happening in the beginning of the year and in the end of 2023, that there were some newsrooms, including ours. There is a working version, and we consider that the government was preparing for the elections, and they were looking for the leverages of for the journalists, and they were looking for the ways how to have an impact on the independent media, for example, by collecting some compromising materials. And now we have the understanding that no elections will happen. And we went through the period of time when we had the issues regarding the president is legitimate. That is a painful issue in May 2024, and they think they feel less threat. But nevertheless, I do not think that there was the step back, because I do not feel that there were lessons learned. You were mentioning Bihus-Info and Slidstvo, and me personally, both of the international stage, I'm talking a lot about these cases because it's important, and also the reaction matters. Because the way how journalist community responded is important, and also the government responded in its own way. And here we have the question whether there is the further development of this situation, whether there were some investigations in place, and maybe Bratislava, who is tracking these cases, maybe he can tell us more details. But as far as I know, as of July 2024, when we were writing the collab material about these cases, nothing was happening. So 2 months ago, as far as I know, on Bihus-Info, there were no even proper investigation. And it doesn't seem that people want to investigate this case, in fact. Moreover, the person who is obviously the one who has delivered this court note, and Mr. Vituk, last week, he is on the public event last week in Kyiv, and he reminds he was kind of sent to the front lines, which is in fact already quite weird. And it's not kind of punishment. But nevertheless, he was meant to be on the front lines, and he is on the public event on the conference, and there are people who are taking photos with him, and they are posting that on social. No, they are not posting that on the social networks. That were the journalists who found it. I was looking for the photos from this event, and the only place where Google finds this, that is Ukraine Forum Photo Bank. But by the way, they were deleted from there. That is just a remark. Right in the morning, I was checking that.
But this is a signal that what kind of signal we should be getting from this? That everything is going back to normal, that these people are going out, they will have not been punished, that they go back to the ordinary public life, people shake hands with them, they still perform certain functions. What it means for us as journalists is that if you organize a conscription letter or accusations against journalists, fake accusations, and then go back to normal. So what kind of message does this send to people who want to hurt journalism? It means that they just go ahead and do it. You have to be silent for a couple of months and then come back and everything will be all right. The last case that we could use as an example of how the government treats the journalists, since we're talking about this, was the press conference of President Zelensky, where at least one hostile dialogue took place, if I remember, with the journalists of Ukrainska Pravda, Roman Kravets, and similar dialogues were at press conferences, happening at press conferences before. And each time when it happens, each time when our president is talking to journalists in this hostile manner, is scary, at least for me, because that goes far beyond this particular press conference of this particular dialogue. This is a message that the highest top official in the country is sending about his attitude to the journalists. And if you look outside of this context at his dialogue, that you have to have light in your eyes, what he said to Roman Kravets, you get the impression that at minimum he's very irritated by journalists, and at most he hates them. So if you want a person if you are the person who wants to make some damage to the journalists, this is a message to you that on the highest level, you may even get a support for what you want to do. And that's, I think, is dangerous and irresponsible, the part of the head of the state. So to answer your question that you started with, I don't think that there was any step forward or step back or step forward. I think the prospects have not changed better. Valentin, isn't here some kind of dramatization on behalf of the colleagues? That's what I'm thinking. The way it's by zodiac sign, and I was trying to, and I want to express my opinion in a way that we're manipulating the frames that we set for ourselves. When we have a puzzle for 2,000 elements and you have brought together 10 in one corner and 10 in the other, you think you see the whole picture, but you don't. You see 10, 15 elements that give you one picture of the world, and it can give a different picture to other people. So, well, I don't want to say that, I don't want you to think that the government is one monolith thing, and the media is another monolith thing. Of course, you can think that, but in the beginning of the war, I was telling my friends that you don't think that you are Ukraine, and that the missile is flying into you. The missile is flying not into you because you're 1 square meter, but the probability that you will be on that church is very little. And this is how people get less scared during the air raids because they understand this is just a probability. So about the interaction of the government and media, as a person who is working in the regulator, no, this is part of the government or not. But this is what you're talking is not about us as regulator. Knowing the process of licensing, because I started working in the commercial in television a long time ago, and I haven't seen a larger scale of freedoms in mass media. Just going back to Yushchenko, you had to really to pay with your gray hair if you wanted to get the license for broadcasting during Yushchenko times. Now we've extended more than 1,000 licenses. If you think that even one company showed up to that meeting, you're greatly mistaken. Maybe a public broadcaster came and that's it. So when I did it back then, I was trembling in the early 2000s. Now it's happening automatically without any fuss. So to say, well, I have a lot of numbers about this. Maybe we'll come back to this. But I think, first of all, we don't have to think of authorities as monolith thing. Yeah, and we have to step outside of our own limits, our own frames. It wasn't about the work of the National Council, but I was still watching how this was happening. And I'm not happy about many things that are happening, but we are exaggerating situation, even in the capital city and capital city mass media. Although some of these things do not make things look better, but they are not also characteristic of what the real relationship are between really solid mass government and solid mass media. So 1 year before the war, so the mass media was having stories about how this is the red line for Zelensky. So and that it was stepping over a certain point, and they were protecting Medvedchuk's position, and that's after that some of the channels were closed. I mean, you're giving examples about how the National Council, the regulator, is working, extrapolating this to the relationship between the government and media. I have a question, Vlad. I'll give you the opportunity to answer, but just let's give everyone a possibility to speak. Yaroslava, this situation for you personally, is it dangerous or not? I mean, dangerous for the society. Do you think it is dangerous or not? Because we're talking about our own limits, this could be just media thing to discuss, but mass media articulates the interests of the society for the government, for the authorities. And on the other hand, this is the instrument of how authorities communicate to the society. So what is happening with the society vis-a-vis the situation in media? Well, first of all, we have to draw from the fact that there is no absolute freedom of speech anywhere. This is the process which is being improved. And if we were to look back 10 years ago and to see compared to what we have now, of course, we would say this is a progress. But whether this can satisfy the needs of the Ukrainian society, obviously not. And I will explain why I say this. We have some positive things. For instance, we have a fully fledged public broadcaster, Spilna, and this is a big achievement we even have a tactical victory. The government, as promised, submitted less than guaranteed, but still 2.2 for the public broadcaster. And here we see the threat, because they start telling us, why are we doing this? We have war out there, we have to reduce it. So they're not saying that they do not deliver on their promise to fund public broadcasters, but they start saying that, well, we need to cut it. We need to get. Why we can't cut it? Because public broadcaster is important. It's a balance between the private broadcaster and government-related broadcasting. And the so ideal situation where we would have only public broadcasting with supervisory boards, with clear policy, where the government, even if they create all the necessary prerequisites, cannot impact the contents. So far, we can't afford ourselves this because of the war, but there's no also political will for this, because there's no understanding how these things will work. And we are not saying how oligarch channels will work, but how commercial channels will work. Whether marathon format of broadcasting is a threat, I think it's rather an opportunity, not a threat. Of the government, we can shape certain narrative, but whether it performs its function is a question, because 80% take not the information not from the broadcasting Telegram channel, and it is the answer to the question. The answer is no. So I won't be referring to my judgment about the marathon, because we have monitoring organization, Detector Media, Institute of Mass Media. So they're saying that this information of the marathon is not well balanced. And in the public broadcasting or independent media, there is this balance. So is there a threat? Yes, there is disbalance. If there is disbalance, you don't have a fully fledged picture or limited picture. Telegram anonymizing. In many developed countries, we have seen there were first attacks against journalists, and they start not from those who want to negotiate with them, but through social media, they launched discreditation campaigns. That's the case of Bigu started from social media, from anonymous YouTube channels, because it's YouTube, not Telegram. It disappeared, and in Telegram, it is still until now. So we need to find the mechanism of de-anonymization. So if the journalist says something wrong, he will be responsible in many ways. In anonymous manner, in the TikTok and Facebook and Telegram, you can say whatever, there is no responsibility. And of course, it's a threat. It's a threat not only for Ukraine, but generally speaking, for other countries as well. What is relevant to Ukraine? We had problems some time ago that there were criminal proceedings not even launched if journalists were to attack. Now they can be placed, but so what? So we have invited law enforcement to our committee. We talked to the journalists. We gave our explanation. Whether these explanations were satisfactory, no, they were not, because there's a person who did it, and he was not interrogated because so and so, and for a very, very long time. Of course, there are questions. And I mean, yes, you can have different types of explanations. Yes, now investigators are focusing on war crimes, especially prosecutors, and now criminal cases. But guys, if we're a European country, we have to at least show that there is some dynamic in that process. Of course, if we if these movements after the journalist from Malta was killed, and the main the guy who was accused was not yet caught, so 2017, so it happened. So we can't allow to have these things. We are traumatized by the sad anniversary that we celebrated as the the death of Jorge Gangasge, or his assassination, his murder, and the person, and still society hasn't received the answer who is to blame. And my work started when we organized the movement for the truth, and we believed that we could do it. I will also address this to the law enforcement committee in the parliament to really come back and pull up those cases that are laying somewhere on the bottom there. So, because I have a lot of different requests, I'm inclined to think that we don't have systemic pressure over journalists, but we don't have the inevitability of punishment. Well, I'd like to say that this is also a balance. I'm a liberal also by the scope by the sign, and I can say that as well. So we have things in Poland. I can't say which law enforcement responds in a more adequate manner, Polish, Ukrainian, but we shouldn't compare. We should simply take the best practices. And for me, 100% answer that yes, we're moving in the right direction, that our free speech is protected properly, is not only when the criminal cases will be opened against those who attack the journalists, or in political or high official cases, and when they will end up in the court. When it will happen not only against those who did it, but also against those who ordered it or paid for it. Of course, there's some collective identity, and law enforcement are more inclined to protect their kin, but you can't protect your kin if they commit crimes, especially in the democracy. We're a democracy at war, and we don't have the choice whether we will have freedom of speech or not. We either have it, and then we are a democracy, and then it's clear why international partners are helping us and why we stand, and in future hopefully win, or we do it in hand-steering manner by some kind of informational flows, using Telegram channels, and sometimes being more complimentary to the government. Well, I'm the represent the government, and of course you're more comfortable when journalists don't have to ask more questions because you feel more comfortable. But if we're a democratic government, we ought to be prepared to answer the questions that are not comfortable. And if someone creates barriers for the work of the journalist, then it has to be addressed. What I can guarantee for sure is, as the representative of the government, of course, within the spectrum of possibilities, we will be following closely all of these cases. To be honest, I haven't seen that anyone in Secret Service or National Police was irritated by me asking them about the journalists. They never told me get lost because we have other issues to deal with. But in this case, it's still important to be focused, and I have this big plea for media community. You are very different, Dean, and I agree. There are channels that work in the marathon. There are a lot of professional, ethical colleagues who give very good results in the unified marathon. There is public broadcasting, private internet media, electronic media that anyone have their own specific, and it's very good that we adapted this law on media, that we have this opportunity for regulation, co-regulation, and please use it, use these benefits, because if you're not the ones who are setting the rules that you will follow, that we will have to set these rules. To be honest, we will do it not for the benefit of the journalists, but for the benefit of journalists and a little bit for the benefit of the government to make them feel comfortable. So in this case, there's a good role. Nothing for journalists without journalists, but in this process, journalists have to be as active as possible, ideally consolidated as well, because then you will be able to stand for the causes that may seem to be completely uncomfortable. We have led journalists in the parliament, and I'm sure that we will be able to move forward in this process because the government has to be accountable. Very similar in other areas. So anywhere where you have the consolidated position of the journalist, taking into account the level of trust for the journalists, especially investigative journalists. I'm not going to point to anyone, not to offend, but you have an opportunity now to form and shape and influence the agenda, not only by your professional activity, you're doing this very well, but it's very important that whatever relates to journalists, the pressure, restrictions in access, we see that very often. So preventing some of the organizational activities where you can't screen or shoot or make the reporting or coverage. So in such cases, you have to be more active because to have an irrevocability of punishment and prevention of any pressure by government or government-related players can be resolved only when these cases would be placed under instant control. The Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communication, by the way, thank you very much to about mentioning that we are lacking communication from the government, critically lacking communication from the government, because the initial stage of war, the government has taken this function of an adult where you had to tell more adult things to the children, and the marathon played that role. And now, where there's a big demand for the grown-up talk, not childish. And in the opponent journalists, as the last press conference demonstrated, we are together fighting against the common enemy, and all the gaps that will not be filled will be filled ultimately by the Russian propaganda. And I think that Ukrinform and their work shows very clearly how difficult it is to squeeze Russian propaganda out of these little cells and fill it instantly by your own. And nothing for journalists against journalists, but I'm still very actively looking forward to you being active and having specific demands in that respect. Had a lot of remarks, but I'll hold them back. I'll just say that we do have a media movement. We are trying to be very active regarding the Telegram. The verification anonymization is something that the journalists are interested in, and not the government, the regulator. But I would like to ask Sergei, so what are the conclusions of Ukraine Reform after the situation that we have had with censorship regarding the opening plea of the journalists about it? Well, first of all, thank you for this question. I would like to go back to your first question. I feel that I can't be a fully fledged expert because I wasn't here before spring because I had certain obligations in the east of Ukraine. But when I came here, when I got the position, I felt positive and negative moments. And among the positive ones, I have experienced how powerful our media movement is, our civil society is powerful. And even this, I will be careful my legal definitions. This attempt of influence the journalist community have generated a very powerful response. Without this previous background, I had to instantly do something. I remember if I had to give interview to all of you, and if I hadn't done it, I wouldn't be sitting here, and my reputation would have been destroyed. There would be nothing to talk about. So I felt it very much in my own experience. And I was very happy that Ukraine is not Russia, that these movements are very powerful. And it was difficult, but very pleasant that we have a democratic society, that all these institutions are very well developed. Of course, we want more and better. And in Ukraine Inform, we have draw our conclusions and learned our lessons. We want to improve what Yaroslav was talking about, but we want to make it well in a in a informed manner with Mr. Poturaev. We're now in dialogue, and whatever we need to provide, we are providing. We're meeting with them, and of course, there's a permanent dialogue. We're in permanent dialogue with the team, and I think this is a strength of ours, because the journalists are not convinced that they can't be forced to do certain things from the list of demands, and I'm sure that my team wouldn't have done it. Even if I would try to do it on my own, they wouldn't let me do it. So this process is ongoing, and I'm happy to everyone who is on the dialogue, and we will do our best for our media, powerful media with a rich history and background, to thrive and preserve their reputation, be able to develop further. And how this will happen, I think the legislator will decide what kind of controls will be in the society and what kind of safeguards will be there. On my side, I can guarantee that I will promote the progress as much as possible.
Висновки, і чи опираєтесь ви спробам влади впливати на те, яким чином подається інформація Укрінформом? Ну, Укрінформ – державна агенція, вона має обов'язок за статутом.
Ukrinform has, according to the statute, to cover the actions of the government, but pronouncing what the government is doing, there are different things. So are there any kind of changes in these directions in Ukrinform? Yes. After the scandal we've had recently, I didn't feel, maybe I'm not allowed what was happening before, but I didn't feel any kind of pressure. And I work with the Ministry of Culture, and we were in the constant communication with the previous head, Mr. Rostislav, and actually it was happening very simple. We were discussing about supervisory board, steering committee, supervisory board, and we decided that it's better to identify the framework which we are going to follow. The news line is formed by Ukrinform, absolutely, without any kind of impact from the outside. No outside impact. Vlasta, the right for the answer, and then you're the next. Valentin has just said that we were protecting Medvedchuk right before the full-scale war. You said that Zelensky has crossed the line. So that was the thesis of Medvedchuk. That was something that we, when the sanctions were implemented regarding Medvedchuk, and Medvedchuk said Zelensky has crossed the line. We were analyzing what did Zelensky cross and what he didn't. So we were discussing the future of opposition, and we see that this future is there, and they have the present. So please do not accuse us for that, because Very Independence did a lot, and we have covered a lot about their connections with Putin and about his real estate, and it's ridiculous. It's your personal experience, personal opinion. So the entire country has many opinions like mine. So the next question I have, I would like to continue talking about what Oля was talking, and also Vlasta. At the moment, the society does not understand clearly what is happening between media and government and what is happening in the country with mobilization and with the rest of the things. And I have this similar feeling, and I am afraid of one thing. I'm afraid that we have some certain official discourse and with government and media, and at the moment, it is not align with discourse which is happening somewhere in the society, in different levels of society, in different social groups, on the front lines, on the kitchens of the people, among the people who are mobilized, among those people who are volunteering to be mobilized, among those who are not willing to be mobilized in businesses. I guess you also have the same feeling. So what do we need to do? I'm not going to blame anyone, not the government, nor the government, and neither the media, but it's a general problem. But what should we do and how to avoid exploding the situation? Because explosion can happen when because everyone got used to telemarathon. We in the Soviet Union we had we were a current lying thing. So people were living its own people were living their own life, and now this informational noise is fine for us from telegram, from radio, from TV. But when it will happen that we will get tired of this, and when the feeling of the media, of the government, and people are not aligned, in this case, we will face explosion. And how this explosion can be avoided? For this explosion not to be something that costs us future consequences in our war with the enemy. You have asked a very difficult question because personally me, in the last 2.5 years, I have everyday lives, and I'm thinking how not to become the niche product, but to become massive product for people to understand what is happening in the country, and for more and more people to understand what is happening. And I do feel that I hear these discussions in some media and media and political backstages and the other ones in media, and I hear how different these dimensions are, and I do not have any kind of other answer as just be frankly about what is happening, asking very honest and direct questions. Every time when I'm asking the direct questions to my interviewees, so that can be the people from the government or those who are from the government, and the experts can be also pro-government. And I'm asking, and I hear the questions, how dare you to ask this question? Who are you working for? That is my work. You have to think what you're asking. And I can hear this pressure every day. And I'm calling that the pressure. Of course, there is no real pressure, but these type of attempts to blame you, to accuse, not for you as a journalist not to be able to ask the question. And you know, recently, Yaroslava, you visited this discussion, and recently, not recently, but quite long time ago, I found for myself the tool for my work. And if I will share this tool, you will not like it. A lot of very honest materials are found in Western media. For example, when the chief commander of Ukrainian army, when Syrsky became the chief commander, Politica has stated that Zelensky has left us and the butcher has arrived. It was super unpleasant, and I was talking to the defenders and I was asking them, so you know that is written, and do you think, is it true that he's called butchered? Yes, yes, he has this kind of pen name. And I thought that, okay, if I was online and I said that Syrsky is called a butcher, I think that I would have been destroyed and people would ask me, who are you working for? And at that point, it was some kind of legalization of the topic. The topic I was talking about. So I was saying, like, look, the Western press is writing about that. And one of the pro-governmental experts told me, why are you reading the Western press? It's all fakes and misinformation. So they are moving in this way. So at some point, I'm working with the messages from Western media, and I'm very careful about what is written there and how it is commented, because I understand that maybe they have more courage to talk aloud about what we are afraid of talking about. And of course, it's not panacea. It's also something that you have to filter, you have to double check it, to clarify it. But nevertheless, it's some kind of personal for me, opportunity to establish the honest discussion, what the people are talking about on the front lines, in the kitchens. So, Oля, you, by the way, you're working for the Western audience, and how do you do that? We're trying. Well, if you don't mind, I will try to answer not particularly your question. And I think that, first of all, I do not think that it's the responsibility of media, only of media, who have to have an impact on this explosion. So we are one of the stakeholders, but we are not the one who are liable for that. There is another thing we can do, and that is something that we in Kyiv Independent are managing to do. And I think that in Western media we can enhance, and that is enhancement of alliance with our audience, the connection with the audience, because I think that we are not underlining enough one thing, which is absolutely clear for us, but nevertheless, it's not clear for everyone. And I mean, like, we are not working for ourselves, but we are working for the people. The journalists are the delegates of the society, the delegates who can ask the questions to the government. For example, if we take in account the conference with Zelensky, and when there is a journalist from Radio Svoboda or the other, for example, they ask in Roman Kravets something. They're asking something for the society, not for themselves, because the society is not able collectively, they are not able to collectively come and ask something from the president. And we are the delegates, and we are working for the people. We are asking the questions for the people. We are asking the things which the society wants to know. And I think that people started to forget it. We kind of remember that it's obvious for us, but nevertheless, both people in the government forget that, especially those who are new. But nevertheless, the society feels it as well. The audience feel it. And I think that we have to enhance this alliance. We are working for you, and we are asking these questions for you. And what would you like us to ask? And why I think that in Kyiv Independent we are managing that, because Kyiv Independent is built around the community. We have the community of our readers, and they are supporting us financially, and thanks to their donations we work, operate, and due to the fact that we want them to continue supporting us, we have to have the constant bond with them, and that happens through different channels, through messengers. So we are reporting all the time, and all the time we are in the dialogue with them. And do you always feel the possibility that you're able to ask the questions so which your audience would like to ask to our government? Because sometimes there are the gossips that there are some kind of prohibitions or restrictions for the ministries, for the representatives of the government to comment on some issues. Yes, there are not the gossips. As far as I understand, that is truth. As far as I understand, I know that there is no restriction for the comments, but I know some ministers are not allowed to give the big interviews, like the profile interviews, because it will highlight them too much. And there was a minister recently, quite popular one, whose press service was saying that we can provide you with the comments, so we can help you, we can provide you the materials, but we are not allowed to give the interview, because on the top, they do not want our minister to be highlighting himself, and we agree with it. There you mean the office of the president, and you mean Kudrytsky. And you mean Kudrytsky. I mean Commission. And by the way, the recent changes in the government, you and Vlasta, do you think that media highlighted this situation enough for the society to understand what is happening and what has happened, and are we aware of what has happened as journalists? I can explain how we showed it in the Western world, and then Vlasta can tell us how she did it for the Ukrainian audience. When we were writing about the changes in the government, that is actually the topic which is quite interesting for our audience, because not only for the audience on our platforms, but just in personal talks, the people from the community, from the diplomatic community, they were asking a lot about what does it mean. And in this case, I feel that we are responsible, we have to provide the context. So that is a biography of the new minister, and that is a new person, that is an old person, to compare them. And actually, the thing we added to this information, these kind of shifts are not weird for the government, for our government, but it's weird for the Western world. That is something that is happening in Ukraine all the time, but that is the biggest shift which happened since the beginning of the full-scale war. And second of all, I do not know whether in the history of the independent Ukraine, the government had less autonomy than it had ever before. And the names are changing, the people are changing, but nevertheless, everything is controlled from the office of the president, and no decisions are made without office of the president. That is something you understand when you're communicating with people in Europe. When you try to understand what is happening in Ukraine and in the government, you have to understand this kind of centralization. You have to understand that the names are changing, but it doesn't mean that the direction will mean in the ministry or something like that. So that is an important context we try to highlight. So why am I asking that? Because possibility of understanding what is happening and the possibility to justify it. It's also the part of the communication with the government. It's also the factor which shows whether there is verticalization and impact from the government on media. This kind of situation has mirrored, reflected this issue. So I think that we have lack of communication about what is happening in the government. And then the question is why? Why? Because they didn't want, or because they were not able to do that? Yaroslava? I do not agree that there was lack of communication. I think that the government did not communicate enough. But speaking of the journalists, just according to the relations, to who started with whom, what kind of positions they had before, they have reflected what is happening. And the illusion that, I will repeat it once again, so we have very well developed journalists, and the work with the sources is really good, even though unofficially. But every type of information is available, and sometimes it is available even faster than it is available from the sources where the decisions are made. So there is some kind of mistake. Mistake is that some certain people in some certain rooms might consider that our media can be directed, the media flows can be directed. And in fact, it is very naive, even when we are talking about extreme events. Even the coverage of the war in Ukraine shows it's even better to build the strategy of communication. And once again, I would like to emphasize, so all these changes, all these shifts which happened, the best thing about it was the change of the name of the ministry, and I hope that will have an impact on the work of the ministry, because we are building communications and not informations. Because thinking strategically, we need to understand what do we want to enhance and what do we want to show and what would we like to highlight. And the attempts to direct the informational flow in Ukrainian society is already the game which will fail. In long term or in short term, they will fail. And therefore, we have to change the approaches. It has to be more mature. And I think that these shifts, governmental shifts, could have been more successful because we can explain the logics and justifications of these changes, because the government is able to form the government in the way the head of the government can change it in the way how they consider it to be better. So if we consolidate the authority to one player, he is going to form our agenda, whether we want it or not. Democracy foresees that majority decides on the agenda, but the strong democracy foresees that the minority's voice has to be taken account, and we have to work on the second component. And in this case, strong journalism for us as opposition. Quite often, I say frankly that civil society and journalism are the real opposition, which represent the request from the society, and we are the function which helps to implement it, considering the tools we have. And I do agree that it's not journalists' function to avoid something. We have to be good communicators because between government and society, with those who are showing the real picture, and help the people to make their choices, and mitigating the consequences of misinformation and disinformation, because that are the biggest threats for the freedom of word in Ukraine. Because when most of people are looking for the information from the non-reliable sources, and I'm very glad that people are checking the information. So there was a survey, and people said that they do not trust Telegram. So we have to understand the adequate picture. And so if we range the threats to the freedom of word, then the first threat is the Russian Federation. More than 30 journalists are captured, more than 50 journalists are killed, and Ukrainian government has never done anything like that. And we have our own immunity for these kind of things. But nevertheless, it's also very important to understand that despite all these big threats, there are small, minor threats from Ukrainian actors, and they are even more sensitive for us. And we are going to talk about Slitstvo case, about Tkach case, and there are so many cases which are not considered a lot. And we are going to discuss these issues because at the place where we have our own impact, we have to build the relations in the way that the journalist would not need to think whether they have to go on the front line or not. Or, for example, if you won't show something, will someone blame you that you're working for someone? Everything should be agreed on. And I would like to point out that, in fact, I see that there is a move at forward. When there was the issue with Order 73, when there was the issue with the heads of the press centers, with the pressure, but things were changed. So the government hears. Maybe they do not hear us that much, maybe not in advance, but nevertheless, let's not try for something impossible. It's important for us to build step by step this system and not to forget how much does it cost for us. And whenever I'm asked whether censorship is in place in Ukraine, whether there is a single narrative of Ukraine, what is considered to be propaganda. And what is propaganda? Propaganda is promoting one narrative. In our society, it's impossible. The other thing is that whether we create all the conditions for the high quality work, and that is something we can work on, and we have to strive for perfection here. I think that my colleagues already have something to say, but Mr. Saki, you wanted to respond to my question regarding this difference between different discourses about the public one, which we see in the society, and how these discourses, contexts can get closer. I totally agree that we have the problem, and another problem is that sometimes when we are talking about the context, and also when something appears in the Western media and it doesn't appear in Ukrainian media, I agree that we have to talk about it, but it has to be professional. So Syrskyi butcher, for 2 years, I was the head I was had the head of the communication direction, and also for 8 months I was the deputy head for the strategic communications. I think that there are two aspects. First of all, if we consider everything that is shown in Western press, so I think that we have to provide more information. So, for example, what do NATO general think about it? So, Western Ben Hodges or Western Clark. I would have made a nice analysis of the operations he made. And for example, of course, there is no official information of the losses of ours and the enemy. I would have provided this kind of information. But considering the way how the narrative is promoted, and for many months I was working with the classified information, and I know how the Russians were doing that and how they were promoting this narrative, Syrsky butcher. So I think that we have the right for this discussion, but nevertheless, we have to be careful considering the fact that the war isn't going, and we have to be utmost careful. And also, I think that you said it correctly. The Western audience have to be engaged as well. And considering this case, I had the meeting with our correspondents, and I said that you can take not maybe the generals, and for example, from the Austrian headquarters, so, and they can evaluate our generals, our management, and we actually had very interesting opinions, and we didn't have that many of them because, you know, it's hard to collect this kind of information to prove these kind of interviews, but we will continue, and I think that it will have to have a better, more objective view on this issue. Because, for example, there are some certain people or Telegram channels, they have their own opinion about our generals or the military management, and media are showing it from different perspective, or sometimes we have very surface opinions. And I think that we will have to continue this discussion, but we have to do it in the way that it has to help us to prevail in this war, because we have to analyze these 3 years. And even though we don't have, so in case we don't have a strong army and strong generals, how are we managing to how do manage to prevail in this war? So sorry, I miss the timeline. So we have 4 more minutes. Okay, so maybe you have something to add, and I would like the audience to ask at least 2 questions. So I will answer Serhiy. So it's all about communications, and when we have some kind of strong publication in the Western world, we are sending the request to all state institutions, and it happened the same way with Syrsky. As far as I remember, Wall Street Journal wrote about the possible fallen soldiers of Ukraine, and believe me, for 3 days we have lots of requests and there is 0 reaction. Of course, at the same time, Russian Federation is working on this issue. So I do agree that we have very big problems with communication, and I agree. I worked in this sphere as well. I was probably not perfect, but nevertheless, I understand your problem, and I was trying to communicate also with your news outlet. And as far as I remember, there were only a few issues, maybe something objective. But nevertheless, I agree that this problem is in place. Dear colleagues, maybe you have the questions. Can you hear me? Greetings. Thank you very much for the interesting conversation, for the interesting discussion. So I wanted to clarify about the materials published in Western media about Ukraine, and I would like to hear your opinion. How Ukrainian government and political world can overcome this issue when all the insights are given to the Western media, not to Ukrainians. So they say that we respect Ukrainian media, but nevertheless, all exclusive interviews are given to the foreign media. So that is kind of Soviet. It has a kind of Soviet hint. Maybe Ukrainian media can join these. How can we overcome this kind of issue? I'm not quite sure that is the question to the people on this stage, because these issue, we are on the side which is suffering from it and not on the side which is given the interviews to the foreign media. So I think that when things like that happen, and for example, the government are choosing big brands like New York Times, Washington Post, in this case, I think they do not understand fully, and probably that is obvious. Maybe they shouldn't know that how media production works, and that typically these kind of things are coordinated by the editors who are 1,000 kilometers far from Ukraine and who have never been to Ukraine. And for example, Sixty Butcher, I'm quite sure that it's the title invented by some editor in Brussels. If Ukrainian political is in New York or somewhere, so it's actually has a big impact on the quality of these materials. But nevertheless, yes, truth. We do feel that, and Kyiv Independent is a new brand, and we have great recognition abroad among the people who follow the situation in Ukraine, and we have the core audience who are watching the situation in Ukraine. But nevertheless, Ukraine has to prove that we have to give the interview or we have to get the interview. So that is the same audience which we are striving to cover, but this audience is even more focused. But the sympathy for the big brands is there. So you can contact Yaroslav and Valentin for them to recommend our government to work with them. So I would like to briefly explain it, not only by our personal issues, but with the fact that nevertheless we have to communicate with the West, because especially now during the war, the issues of the financial support, and first of all, the military support is also important, but I do agree that there is a big shift. And of course, I will recommend my colleagues who are ready to hear to go to our media, because our media in the context, so they will make better materials and let New York Times to translate good Ukrainian material, or to take, for example, or take Kyiv Independence or the other Ukrainian media.
Ukrinform, yes, for sure. Then, I don't know, taking some cliche things from people who are not usually completely out, who are completely out of the context. Our perception and understanding of what is happening is completely different. Even if you step 1 meter outside of Ukrainian border, even in the neighboring countries. So when we are saying the Ukrainian politicians or would have to switch from the Western media to Ukrainians, I don't want them to switch. They probably would have to add Ukrainian media to the focus of interest, because it's important to talk to the Western territories. I have been 3 or 4 times in business trips abroad, and I would like to say that even people who, according to their status, have to understand what's going on in Ukraine, they don't. And you have to tell them about this every day, every minute, if you can do that. So not switching from the West to Ukrainian mass media, but add Ukrainian media for a bit of their interest. To answer your question, I will say that there are 2 dimensions. The first is that Ukrainian government understands the value of Ukrainian independent press, because if they wouldn't, they would have given interviews to other media, to Russian media. So they understand how important media is, and this is why they're giving so many interviews to them, because this influences European Union and the public of the independent countries. But I also think that when answering uncomfortable questions in the interview that they give to Western media, you can answer not very clearly, and they are not going to dig very deep, especially if this is internal domestic context. Of course, you will not come with that to the Ukrainian media, because Ukrainian media will simply eat you alive with that, and they understand this. Well, and I represent investigative center NGO media based in Lviv, and I have a question to Yaroslav, in fact. And maybe this is the question that would be important to everyone, and including those who are now in the panel. Today, a lot was said about irrevocability of punishment for criminals, inevitability of punishment. And I think the big problem is even in inevitability of punishment for those representatives of government, law enforcement, who do not respond to journalist requests and appeals, disguising this by the martial law, and they at their own discretion decide whether this is a closed or not closed information, which is requested by the journalists. And so the journalists are put into the position where they either have to go to the court and get the answers to their questions, which I understand is not realistic, both from the point of view of time and money and fresh information, or you simply have to use the leaks, which for the investigative centers like ours is quite a doubtful from the point of view of its legitimacy. On the other hand, all journalists are using leaks around the world. That's practice, but at the same time, these leaks cause a lot of damage to our country because they leak not only to journalists, but also leak to and others, let's put it that way. So I wanted to ask you, the committee of the parliament, and maybe all of us, how should we consolidate for the government bodies to clearly understand that they are to respond to the essence of the information request, but not instead interpret the martial law to their own benefit or advantage? Well, thank you very much for this question. Well, the first thing that we need to do together is to stop or prevent any infringement on the access to information, new infringements, because this comes up either in relation to the court or rebuilding Ukraine efforts, and we have to stop that. The mechanism that we have, and the Office of the Ombudsman here has to say about the right to access, but its efficiency is low, but it's completely complied with European standards. So what we have would have to be applied in the developed democracies to strengthen responsibility and accountability for not providing the information. Technologically is going to be very difficult, I would say. So in this case, I don't know the countries where journalists are not using leaks, but I can assume that the problem with access to critical information is something all countries experience. It's important for us to develop and implement, and most importantly, hold accountable those people who systemically violate those things, and make these achievements public. For others who do not want to do this, but there will be difficulty because, especially at the regional level, the civil servants are very creative about this. We usually get involved when we can. So the materials that we receive from procurement, although we receive only now, but we have filed them like long time ago. So we don't have a simple solution because for sure this will not work out. It's important for us, both in law enforcement body on any level, to form the understanding that a journalist, if he asks for important information, this information has to be provided. If some obstacles are created, then there will be punishment for this, but we have to start from prioritizing for all enforcement the violation of the rights of the journalists for their professional activity, and for creating obstacles or infringement of their work. So, and I do hope very much that we will Mr. Shevchenko, Deputy Minister, used to be one of the big lobbies for mass media. If we had had that law, but we proved it back before the European track, it would have been much more difficult for all of us. So we are changing little by little, but this is a very difficult area, so we'll keep on working. So thank you, colleagues. Our time is exhausted. We'll talk to you later on also during the break. I do hope it was interesting and useful to all of you. It was really interesting, but we'll continue this during the break. So in 45 minutes, we will have a very important presentation of the annual media report, which will be presented by Ms. General McCormack. So in 45 minutes, we invite you to the main hall. Now we have lunch.
Но на самом деле у тебя и у меня есть проблемы, потому что мы не выдерживаем. Но они считают, что это либо ты не тот, либо я не тот. Люди вообще не понимают, что
Ну,
ну, просто я хочу тебе сказать, конечно, ты не можешь говорить, но было бы удивительно, что ни у меня, ни у тебя не было последствий. Потому что это ненормально все функционирует.
я согласен с тобой. Вопрос только в том, как это исправлять.
Ситуацию, я считаю, что вполне мы можем
Да.
подняться, выключить, покрасить стены.
Каких наказать надо? Вопрос, то, что мы должны что-то делать, то понятно.
Подожди, вот тихо спускается, он берет, спрашивает, есть еда?
Почему ты ему даешь?
Нет, я зашла, он уже помидоры брал. Я говорю, а куда ты берешь помидоры? Это детям на обед. Там было просто больше мяса кишу. Это детям на обед. Он ничего никак. Потом Маша пришла, взяла третий килограмм. Я говорю, надо съесть, чтобы наверх не надо.
Я не хочу.
Я считаю, если у тебя будет перемена у меня до 5, может быть, окно, я просто предлагаю, чтобы несколько человек поднялись и доделали уборку этого наверх. Тебе надо встать, покрасить, сказать, что отныне вы теперь тут будешь принимать. Пойми, насколько это беспощадно. По идее, мы с тобой друг другу должны быть самые близкие люди. А мы выясняем отношения по бардакам и по детям. Ну, а разве это забота о человеке, если, например, я в субботу идеально вымываю ванну, и там за 2 дня вот,
Ты идешь или нет? У нас же сейчас же будет это.
я один и тот же правильно.
Ну, например, только с горячей водой. Например, бывает, надо
Надо вылечить. На все. Курить на балконе или как кресло.
То, что я хотела кое-кому подарить. Рисунок. Его просто выкинули. Не, рисунок просто выкинули.
Да,
Смотри с собой.
да, конечно.
Ура!
Сейчас.
Если можете сами, то сами сходите. Там надо коляску еще забрать.
Хорошо.
Ефрем сам идет. Он забыл телефон. Потому что я это обнаружил, когда он подъезжал. Знает. Да. Погуляйте.
Папа, а я вот эту штуку.
Слишком я выпиваю.
Не знаю. Я тут плохо. Папа.
По карте есть деньги, я думаю, ничего не делаю.
Чего тебе просто карты не делают?
Знаете, он только на магазине.
Что? Хорошо. Да. Набираю. Набираю. Хорошо. Да.
Ты и Ефрем можете дать им.
Хорошо. Ой, любимая девочка. Хорошо. Не надо кривляться. Делать. Ну это что там? А, ты накрасила свои губы? Ну вообще.
Пані та панове, ми за хвилину продовжимо роботу нашої національної медіарозмови National Media Talk. І зовсім скоро буде презентація щорічного дослідження USAID Internews «Медіа споживання в Україні». Тому ми чекаємо усіх вас в основній залі. Завершуємо мерщій обід і прямуйте сюди, в основну залу. Пані та панове, за хвилину буде дуже важлива презентація.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 1 minute we will have a very important presentation. This is an annual research of Internews on media consumption in Ukraine, presented by Internews Network. Director Gillian McCormack. This will be in 1 minute, so we're inviting all of you to come back to the main hall.
Пані та панове, триває наш National Media Talk, національна медіарозмова. І далі ми переходимо до анонсованого...
Our media talk is continuing, and we are now presenting the annual report on media consumption presented by the director of Internews Network in Ukraine, Gillian McCormack. Floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Translation, then you should pick up headphones at the back of the room, because I'm going to do this presentation in English, but the slides behind me will be in Ukrainian. So take your chances. I have given you due warning. First of all, I would like to thank USAID and our partners for the help that they gave us in designing this study that I'm going to share with you just now. And I'd also like to thank very much the colleagues from the organization In Mind, which carried out this complicated sort of series of researches for us. Let me see. Click. So just to give you a quick overview, this is how we do the research. It's face-to-face respondents. So we actually, In Mind is going around with their experienced colleagues, talking to people in person. So in my opinion, this is the most reliable kind of survey to do. And it's backed up by a number of focus groups. So the focus groups before, focus groups after, which are regional in nature. And we also work with special categories of people who are not captured by the regional survey. So we want to talk to groups of people who are living in frontline territories, to people who are internally displaced, and to people who have left the country, who are refugees living in countries abroad. And we also talk to people and do key person interviews with people who are living in occupied territories to try to gauge their media consumption use and their trust in media. So this trend, I think, is not surprising to anyone. 90% of Ukrainians use their phone to get news, and 84% now rely on social media to get their news. It's a very sad story for television news. If you work for television news, then this might be very disappointing, but it won't be very surprising. You can see that this is the trend since 2015 when we started originally looking at this question, where we had social media were down at 51% and television was up at 85%. And now television is down to 30% of people getting news and information from TV. It also looks bad for radio and newspapers, but while use or reliance on newspapers and radio for news is, it looks low, there are other good news stories for radio and newspapers, which I'll get to a little bit later. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about the habits of people who are living in other parts of Ukraine who've had to move. And I guess the biggest story about this is that we still notice this trend that people who have moved to other places out of Luhansk, out of Donetsk, to safer places in the country for them, they still want to read their local newspaper. They're looking at their local media from back home to find out what is happening there. We asked people how they're mainly getting news and information in the temporarily occupied territories, and they told us that they use Telegram channels a lot. And in general, what we see is a reliance on Telegram, which is a continuing factor. Refugees outside of Ukraine are also still relying on Ukrainian media, Ukrainian sources of information. So you have these split audiences from people who are still living in temporarily occupied territories, but still living in government-controlled areas, and Ukrainians in quite large numbers who are displaced from their original home, but still interested in it, and Ukrainians who are living abroad who are still using Ukrainian media to get information about what's happening here and about what's happening in the world. I guess this is an indicator of the popularity of different kinds of media according to national or regional. And when it comes to social media networks, internet, well, websites of media companies and TV, national are the winners. So people have a preference for the national channels on these media. But when it comes to radio and to print media, people have a preference for regional, for their local. And you can see this in terms of this graph here. I don't know if I pointed it, it makes sense. If I stand and show it to you, you see this one is going up and this one is going up. Everything else a little bit stagnant. But what we see is that people are really having a preference for their regional radio stations and their regional print media. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on who are the popular sites and bloggers, but I want to draw your attention to a good number here for Ukrainska Pravda in terms of recognition by our respondents. They're up 13% compared to 8% last year. And also Suspilna has improved in terms of brand recognition and people who are interested in going directly to the Suspilna site. For television, it's very sad news for Mr. Pinchuk and Mr. Firtash. Their numbers are down. So now we see that 1+1, even though Mr. Kolomoisky is currently having difficulties in court, I understand, but his television company is still doing very well in terms of popularity in Ukraine. We also see an increase in recognition of UA Parszy and Suspilne channels from 5% last year to 8% this year. And the winner, I'd like to congratulate Ukraińskie Radio on its centenary this year. Very pleased to have Dmytro Horkin here with us today. Ukraińskie Radio is doing extremely well in terms of popularity and recognition. It's 39%, and Radio NV is also doing pretty well, 14%. This is this is showing the kind of dynamics of what people feel about coverage of the war. So I think the thing that I'd like to draw your attention to about this is that the feeling of being tired of coverage of the war is increasing. And also that the level of trust in the coverage of the war is decreasing. So people are getting a little bit tired of it, and also they think that it's not fully reliable. And just to show you that, in particular, they think it's inaccurate and it's incomplete. This is about the United TV News, the telethon. We ask people, do you know about it? A lot of people do know about it. 86% of Ukrainians say they know about the telethon. And then we ask people, do you watch it? As some people say they watch it sometimes. The number of people who say they watch it every day is 17%, and weekly is around about 37%. It's a number that conforms to roughly the number of people who still watch television news. So if you're turning on the TV, you will see the United Marathon, but the numbers are not great for them, because even though there's higher awareness, there's lower consumption from between this year, last year, the year before, when we were measuring this. You see that there's a decline in interest amongst Ukrainians for the news that's on the United Telethon. And also, importantly, the level of trust is catastrophically low. Apologies if you work for the TV marathon, but unfortunately, most Ukrainians seem to think that what you are producing is not accurate. Informational accuracy, 35%. Information completeness, 35%. These are very low, and it's obviously that has an effect on whether people think that the United TV news marathon should continue. People don't think it should continue, they think it should stop. And they would like things to go back to before, when all of the TV stations had their own TV news and people could just choose which one they wanted to watch. I will skip to use of social media networks for getting news. Nothing surprising here. Compared to last year, very similar results. Telegram is pretty much at the same level as it was previously. YouTube has made a slight increase. They're doing better than before, and Facebook is doing even worse. So we don't see a lot of movement on a lot of the other services for news. This is about the population's attitude to Telegram, whether they think that the government should get involved with blocking it, because of course there have been discussions about the fact that Telegram is a big old toxic soup full of a lot of unreliable information, as well as the media that we use and rely on. But nevertheless, people responded that they do not think that the government should ban it. There's a third of Ukrainians think that it would be appropriate for the government to institute certain kinds of rules for Telegram and try to make them follow them. But in general, this is the situation that people rely on Telegram a lot. And we heard that from people living in occupied territories, that that's an easy way for them to get news and information about Ukraine, because Telegram isn't blocked there and it isn't being slowed down in the way that YouTube is. That's just a list of popular bloggers, of people that I don't think we'd see a big change there in terms of popularity from last year. On Telegram, the most mentioned resources remain Trucha. On YouTube, we see Espresso on Telecanal Priami doing not too badly, 24 channel. On Facebook, people mentioned Ukraińska Prawda, something that they like to look at on Facebook. And Viber Suspilne Nowiny also people mentioned, which is kind of interesting. Okay, I want to spend a little bit of time on this because this is about trust in information sources. And there's some rather alarming news in here for the government. So Ukrainians trust friends and family first as sources of information, people who are fighting at the front, who they know, who they are related to, are reliable, of course, and trusted sources of information, and in general, just your family members. And when it comes to official sources of information, we saw a decline also from Minoboroni, a decline from 80% to 63% this year. For the Office of the President, a decline from nearly 70% last year to only 44% this year. That's a very major decline of trust in the Office of the President as a source of information. And the official sites and information resources of the government of Ukraine have also lost trust, same with local authorities as sources of information. I think they need to take a long, hard look at themselves, but also I think we need to pay attention to the fact that media also see a decline in trust. Okay, got it. This is showing, let me get out of the way, the dynamics of trust in different types of media. So you can see that all types of media, national and regional, online, social media, websites that we go to get our media, TV, all of these are declining in trust. Trust is now less than 50% for television, for example. And the only sort of light kind of at the end of the tunnel is for radio and print media. There we see instead an increase of trust, breaking the trend. We always ask people about their exposure to disinformation and whether they are aware of it. A large number of Ukrainians are aware of disinformation. 72% even believe that they are able to identify it when they see it. What I would say is a positive thing from this slide is that a large number, 49% of Ukrainians, think that this is a very urgent problem that we need to deal with urgently. In order to have a proper test of Ukrainians' abilities to spot disinformation, we give people some texts to read, and we ask them to say whether they think that they are true or false. It's only 3. And it's not a perfect test of the level of media literacy, but what it tells us is that for the last 2 or 3 years, it's remained more or less at the same level. Very few people get all 3 correct. This year, only 12%, so not 78%, but 12%. But, you know, most people got 1 or 2 of them correct. that's not bad, but it's not great. So there is vulnerability. And when we look at the types of narratives that we know that Russian instruments of influence are spreading inside Ukraine, thank you very much to our partners who study Russian disinformation narratives and their movement inside Ukrainian media sphere, Detector Media, the Institute of Mass Information, and Internews Ukraine. We selected some of the most popular ones for the period when we were asking this question, and we asked people if they'd heard about them. Most people had heard about them. These are the messages here that the TTSK is violating people's human rights and that the government is essentially taking advantage of international funding to line its own pockets. Most people have heard of this, and more disturbingly, most people think that that's true. Also, we take a look at the demographic or breakdown of people who believe that this is true in order to see are there people who are particularly vulnerable to this kind of disinformation, and we cannot perceive that there is much of a demographic difference between them. So it means that any types of interventions we have in terms of media and information literacy, I think we have to reach a very broad spectrum of people and think of creative ways how to help people become more resilient. Good news on fact-checking is that more people are aware that there is such a thing as fact-checking, and they're more aware also of the organizations that they can go to. We see 11% awareness of Stop Fake. 18% people say they use it. Same for Detector Media, that there's 11% of respondents say they know about it, and 14% say they have taken a look at it and used its resources. Something for those of you who are interested in artificial intelligence, we asked people, are they aware of artificial intelligence use in media? Most people are, and a lot of people think it's not good. So they feel like it makes media coverage, news coverage worse. So that's a kind of interesting result. I'll skip over complaints since we're getting to the end. This is, okay, starting with not very good news is that the number of people in Ukraine who are willing to pay something towards their favorite online media resource has gone down. So when we first started asking this question in 2021, it was 20%. It went up even during the full-scale war, and in the year after, it went up to 25%. I think people are feeling the pinch a little bit. We all have to donate a lot to different reasons. Everybody has financial struggles. So, you know, maybe that's a reason for why fewer people said that they're willing to pay for their subscription or their membership of different clubs to support the media they like. I would just end on this note that it's still 20% of Ukrainians say they're willing to pay something. And that is still quite a large untapped market. So I encourage you, if you are not already working on membership subscription models or outreach to your community that likes you, that you should give it a go. Sell your T-shirts, do whatever it takes, but people are interested in supporting you and being a part of your club. So that's all from me. I want to keep us to time, so I will hand over to Dmytro for the introduction of the next session. Yes. Thank you very much indeed, everybody, for your attention. Appreciate it.
Дякую. У нас буде наступна
Thank you. We will
сесія.
have
Ми зовсім скоро
our
перейдемо
next session. Soon we
до
will
розмови.
move to our next conversation related also to media during the work, media during war, protecting democracy and European choice, but we will have it in 10 minutes. So We'll have a 10-minute break now for coffee, and then this will be a national media talk after this.
Пані та панове, ми продовжуємо наш National Media Talk і переходимо до
Dear ladies
наступної
and gentlemen, we continue our national media talk and we continue with an important discussion, media in the context of the war on and international. So I would like to invite Ms. Jenny Borgo, Internews Network, please, and also the participants of the panel. Ms. The Ambassador of the Council of Europe, Ms. Paternova, and extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador to Ukraine. Sorry, just a moment. I wish you a good discussion.
Okay, shall we just get started? Welcome to the stage. I'll just set the scene a little bit and then introduce our panelists. Earlier this morning, we had a wonderful debate about the broad issues of freedom of expression facing journalists and journalism in Ukraine. And this afternoon, we're going to focus a little more intently on what it means to be practicing journalism during a wartime. And this topic is a difficult topic. The role of, the protection for, and restrictions on journalists during wartime. International humanitarian law provides that journalists the same general provisions enjoyed by civilians, but we all know that their role is uniquely different. When conflict hits, journalists run toward it to ensure that we all have the truth about what is going on and the ability to hold perpetrators of the conflict to account. And under martial law, the Ukrainian government, like most governments, can put certain restrictions on the work of journalists covering war. And these restrictions focus on the limits of publishing information that could endanger the Ukrainian national security, armed forces, such as locations of troops or air defense systems. And we know, I think all of us know, there are reasonable, legitimate restrictions on journalists during wartime. But finding the proper balance and defining and enforcing those restrictions is incredibly difficult to achieve. We also know that getting it right, that clearly demonstrating a commitment to freedom of expression when times are really, really hard will position Ukraine, cementing Ukraine's reputation as a democracy now and into the future. And so this conversation is just so very, very important. And because of the importance, I couldn't be more happy to have this international and domestic perspective on these big questions that we're going to be talking about today. So let me start with my introductions. First of all, I want to welcome Ambassador Katerina Maternova, who I understand is celebrating your first anniversary representing the European Union here in Ukraine. Thank you for being here. We've also got from Sweden, Ambassador Martin Oberg, who arrived in August of 2023. Again, thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Svetlana Ostapa, who the head of the supervisory board of Ukraine's national public broadcaster, Soplinier. Thank you. And Mikita Portorayev, a member of parliament for the Servant of the People, and importantly, head of the Parliamentary Committee on Humanitarian and Information Policy, one of the drivers of media reform in this country, and a former journalist, very expert on talking about this important topic. Thank you. So I want to do just one round to everybody. Sort of, can you talk about your perspective on the role of journalists during wartime? Sort of the issue of restrictions, but also sort of role and importance of journalism during wartime. And I think we have a couple of microphones, so maybe we can actually start with you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you for introduction. And of course, I could now say a few, common phrases about the importance of role of journalists during Marshall period and importance of independent journalism and so on and so forth. But I would like today to be more concrete and not to be banal. So what I'm absolutely sure about is that we have to go forward in implementing European standards of freedom of speech and freedom of media in Ukrainian legislation. We already made some reasonable and okay. Let me not tell more good. More than it's necessary good words to the editors of my committee and our colleagues from Council of Europe and so on. But really, we worked hard and we prepared Ukrainian law on media and voted and adopted it, and it was 0.6 among the demands of starting negotiations with the European Union about our membership. But it's definitely not should be the end of the story. And I'm a little bit surprised and using this fine opportunity to address to Madam Ambassador, I'd like to stress on several things that I really don't understand fully. I know that our Minister of Digital Transformations addressed to European Commission. It was even before full-scale invasion with the question when we should start to work on the implementation of Digital Services Act. But now we have not only this very important act, but we also have European Media Freedom Act. And we still also don't understand when are we going to receive kind of roadmap for Ukrainian parliament and government for implementing very, on my opinion, important positions of these fundamental documents, because it's not just directives. These are acts, laws of direct action, of direct implementation. So we are not member. We are not member country yet, but it doesn't mean that we don't have to work on the implementation of key, at least key, positions of these very important laws. Why? Because both of these laws could bring us much more power and strength in fighting with Russian disinformation campaigns, in establishing more strong protection for Ukrainian journalists and Ukrainian media, because some very important, in my opinion, things already are written in Media Freedom Act. And what I can tell you that we in our committee and in our parliament, we are ready absolutely to start to work on the implementation, but we have to agree. We have to agree with our European colleagues. Well, this work, we have to agree this work, we have to agree the roadmap, and it should be written somewhere in recommendations. Because, again, we have a lot of work to do according to Ukraine facility plan. We have a lot of work to do according to our programs with IMF, with World Bank, and so on. But, again, if we want to really go forward in strengthening Ukrainian media and freedom of speech in Ukraine, we have, on my opinion, to start to work on these two fundamental acts, to start to work on implementation of these two fundamental acts. So this is my key message, and here I think I have to stop.
Thank you. Yes. Why don't you go ahead?
Я дуже вдячна комітету з питань
I
гуманітарної
really appreciate the Committee of the Humanitarian Work and Information Policy that they are doing such an important work during the war for Ukraine to become the member of the European Union. But nevertheless, speaking of your question, regarding your question, I would like to say that the role of Ukrainian media and Ukrainian journalists during the war is utmost important. And first of all, it's always informing, and that is always verified information. I'm constantly talking about media who are following the principle, the professional principles, and also that is countering mis and disinformation. So we are debunking the myth of the Russian Federation and Russian propaganda. Also, that is recording on the war crimes of the Russian Federation in Ukraine. And here, I would like to pay respect to the war journalists who do so many efforts for the Russian Federation and for the criminals to be accountable for what they do. It's that are informational channels and that are not just the trash bins. And in the beginning of the war, our telemarathon was quite propagandistic, and it was quite justified because that was giving hope to people. But nevertheless, these kind of lullabies led to some sad consequences because some people were not able to make the proper decisions on time, very important decisions. For example, some people were not able to leave Bucha, Irpin before occupation, and they lost their lives. And they believed, Arestovich, that the war will be over in 2-3 weeks, and they were just waiting for these 2-3 weeks, and they were trapped. And therefore, emotional swings is also exhausting, and therefore the role of media is to be always balancing the information and informing the people. Thank you.
Thank you. The naive answer to your question on the role of the media during the war is essentially the same as always, to provide information, objective information, both for Ukrainians and internationally. But I think that during this war, the value of such information has been very clear, especially for those media who've had decentralized activity, being able to report locally and being able to provide information that otherwise wasn't available, thereby both building credibility and perhaps even saving people's lives by informing about evacuation corridors and so on. In general, I think also that free media, even in wartime, needs to be a catalyst for public discussion, because such discussion is necessary in any healthy democracy, even during wartime. As was mentioned, I also agree that it's very, very important to balance Russian disinformation, and for that you need the credibility of a media who is obviously free to say what they want. And speaking of Russian media, I turned on the television the other night and I saw a report from, I think it was Suspilne, but it could have been any of the Ukrainian media channels. They were doing a piece on the evacuation of this one old lady from the Pokrovsk area. And it was straight reporting. It was necessary to leave. It was sad. Everybody felt sorry for her. There were problems, but there was both drama and no drama about it. Had that been a Russian piece, I'm sure the whole emphasis would have been on how fantastically the government helped this poor old lady against some fascists. That wasn't what Ukrainian media was doing, and therefore building the credibility and reporting it as it is. It was just a small piece, but it just struck me, and I didn't even know at that time that I was going to be on this panel. Finally, just thank you for your question on the European roadmap. Although I will leave it to my colleague to answer in substance, because I would surely say something wrong. But I would encourage exactly your approach to begin now in order to get there in time and to do it for your own sake, not only because the EU asks it to. This is important for Ukraine more than it is for the EU, even though we demand it in order to approximate. Thank you.
And Ambassador. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for the question. Let me just say at the outset that I see Ukrainian media displaying several characteristics which we should remember: courage, resilience, and the importance of the reporting. 87 journalists died on the reporting on the war, and I think the role is really, really critical. And let's remember, apart from the war, the circumstances that journalists here operate under. First is the complete collapse of the traditional financing model. So one had to completely adjust to a different reality with social media coming into the space, and in all honesty, sometimes racing to the bottom on journalistic standards, because anybody can be a journalist on social media. So it's in social media. So this is both on the financial side and the quality side, not an easy time in general. If you add to that the reality of the war, with both the restrictions, and I'll come back to that, as well as the physical questions of physical safety, is not really an interest. It's not really a very easy time. Now, there are legitimate reasons for the restrictions. It's always a question. I think that the conversation needs to take place, and one needs to be vigilant about the restrictions not going overboard. Absolutely. I get asked about the TV marathon, etc., all the time. But if I have now lived in Ukraine for exactly a year, but I have been dealing with Ukraine for 10 years. This is fundamentally a pluralistic, even little rebellious society. And marathon or not, there is vibrant public discourse, there is vibrant media discourse, and nobody gets away with anything in public behavior without it being written about. And the Reporters Without Borders actually made a huge jump between 2022 and 2023 in ranking Ukraine. 18 spaces climbed up from 79 to 61. So there must be a recognition also among the international peer group that that there is indeed plurality and vibrancy in the media space. This is not to say that the discussion is not legitimate on where the restriction go, how the restriction go, and one needs to make sure that they don't go too far in one direction. But the other characteristic, and both of you already commented on it, the other very specific situation in which Ukrainian media operate is the massive, well, actually in Europe we have the same, and we don't even know how to deal with it, but the massive Russian disinformation that comes at you from every corner. And so what I would like to say is the role of media in the war is absolutely indispensable, and my hat down to the Ukrainian journalists for doing a job which is, I think, phenomenal, and under the circumstances, really remarkable. Ambassador, can I stay with you? Are there any specifics when it comes to restrictions on the media during wartime? When it comes to EU ascension, is there any piece of that our colleagues should be focusing on during this wartime? Well, as our first speaker spoke about, freedom of speech, freedom of media are our core principles. But again, I would be very hesitant to be invoking specific behavior, etc., and judging it by standards that are not cut out for a wartime. And I sometimes have to remind colleagues in Brussels, guys, to just step back a little bit from what you just said or what you just wrote. This is a country at war. So I mean, there is no question that should it come to actual Ukraine joining the EU, that there are going to be things that are acceptable now that would not be acceptable in peacetime. But we are not living in a peacetime. And the war has gotten so normalized in people's minds who are dealing with other processes, like, this chapter, that chapter on the accession process. We always have to remind ourselves, wait a second, the war is going on, and there are, the primary objective of the country, of its leadership, of the population is to win. And I'm not saying that everything else is tolerable. No, but again, let me repeat, we do media monitoring, and I'm frequently in the media. I mean, there is a level of plurality that I think in the current circumstances is very admirable.
Ambassador Oberg, I want to sort of broaden that out. I mean, the government of Sweden has proven over and over again a real commitment to media freedom and high standards of media freedom, both in your own behavior and around the world. Just curious about sort of that really specific perspective of how do you adjust those standards during wartime?
I think that one needs to keep a very close eye on the standards and where you're going with this, both in order to maintain the credibility and essentially to keep democracy healthy, because that's part of a healthy media scene, is part of a healthy democracy. As my colleague just said, I think that some limitations in times of war are understandable, so fundamentally acceptable. So also some self-imposed restrictions by media could be logical. But again, it should always be judged against the backdrop of the credibility and the information flow. Because if it becomes too controlled, it becomes indistinguishable from the Russian disinformation that we're really all fighting. If you like, don't underestimate the power of free media, even if it's uncomfortable. And so if I were to give advice, it would be that a balance must be struck, but don't strike it where it feels comfortable. Strike it where it's safe for Ukraine, which is of course the point of the restrictions, but also strike it where it's a little bit challenging to the powers that be. Because otherwise you will end up in a place where you don't really ask the difficult questions and you don't stimulate the debate that is necessary. If media credibility goes, you will leave the field open for the disinformation and for all sorts of conspiracy theories. And I agree on the need for and the existence of editorial diversity in Ukraine. Sweden has a media landscape which has for a long time been dominated by public service. That has been broken up mainly by the appearance of the internet, essentially. So we are accustomed to strong public service and the public service giving balanced reporting, whereas in other media systems, both in Europe and outside of Europe, in strong democracies, there are different systems. So I wouldn't judge on that, although I'm personally a great fan of public service.
Speaking of public service, Svetlana, you're the only person on stage who has time, so we would really love your perspective on both the challenges of generally running a newsroom during wartime and then and understanding any of these restrictions and how you sort of navigate that.
Спочатку щодо обмежень. Звичайно, під час
First of all,
війни
speaking of the restrictions, during the war, both the news outlets and the journalists have limitations. And the part of these new rules is discussed in the community together with the militaries. These limitations, these restrictions are related to the military censorship. And in the European and in Ukrainian society military censorship is well accepted, then we can say that political censorship is not accepted anywhere. And speaking of the limitations, so for example, we agree when media can publish the consequences of the attacks. It happened back in March 2022. We had these kind of agreements with the army because we agreed that we cannot publish it immediately because the repeated attack can happen, and that should happen in a few hours. And the war journalists, the army, so they are the ones who are making the videos on the front line. They are proving them with the journalists for some certain places not to be in the frame and for the further attacks not to happen. Speaking of the political censorship in this case, I think that it's not absolutely clear for both Ukrainians and Europe, for example, why we do not have the political balance in telemarathon. For example, Detector Media has published the analysis, and they say that telemarathon was shown, the parliament in telemarathon was showed 103 members of servant of the nation, and also 20 of the other fractions, and some of the fractions were not shown at all. And we can compare it to the August, and in August on Suspilna we had a servant of the nations 43 mentions, and the other fractions 52, and 354 representatives of the civil societies, meaning NGOs. And it means that Suspilna is indeed serving the society and people. Speaking of the standards you've mentioned today, and of course, media have to cover all the problems which we are facing. All the problems which we had before the war, unfortunately, they did not disappear with the war, and we have to talk about it. But when on TV channels and in talk shows, since the beginning of the full-scale war, these kind of shows, they have disappeared. Now we have Новий Відлік show on Suspilna, but nevertheless, it resembles the type of show they had before, but now it's different. So they do not have the guests due to security reasons. Some topics are very carefully chosen because they do not want to have any kind of hype. Some of the TV channels, they have brought the talk shows back that are the positional TV channels. But nevertheless, before the war, we had TV talk shows on each channel. So we do not have this kind of platform, and media have to be the platform for the discussion of these kind of problems. And also, speaking of the political censorship, I can say that neither Ukrainians, neither international community do not understand why three channels, the licenses of three channels were withdrawn. And I also consider lack of financing for Suspilna to be also the violation. Maybe some people on the public TV broadcasters, maybe they are offended why we are getting 2 billion hryvnias. But nevertheless, I think that I'm offended with the fact that the other spheres are expanding, even though the government promised to get rid of it. And therefore, there are lots of topics for the discussion inside the community, and we have to follow these kind of analysis, and we have to study this kind of analysis, which, like the ones which Julian McConnell has presented. We have very interesting features there and lots of things to think about.
Minister, I'd love to give you an opportunity to maybe talk about how your perspective on the role of restrictions from a sort of more governing perspective, and any response to the comments made.
First of all, there is no censorship in Ukraine because there is no law on martial censorship or any other censorship. So there is no censorship in Ukraine, dot. And there, all these discussions about censorship in Ukraine, It's all nothing more metaphysical speculations. There are restrictions that are taken by media absolutely by their own free will. This is what Svetlana has mentioned. Restrictions that are discussed with, for example, military authorities or representatives of general staff, and they decide what to say, what to show, how to show, and so on and so forth. So it works. Then, political censorship. Okay, we can talk about maybe not well balanced editorial policies of some of private channels. So, is there any censorship on national public broadcaster? No. What is happening in Marathon? Marathon now is working without national public broadcaster. And I think that Marathon has lost a lot when national public broadcaster left Marathon, but national public broadcaster gets a lot when it left Marathon. I think it was a good decision. But now Marathon is consists of private channels, and it's a policy of private channels. And we, with Svetlana, we know each other for many, many years. It won't be even polite for me to say how many. But Svetlana knows perfectly well that every private channel in this country has, first of all, management and shareholders. So if you tell me, and this is what we discussed many times, many years ago, so if you tell me as shareholder or representative of the shareholder who I was for years, you have to show them in equal balance, I immediately will answer you why. Do I owe you something? No, it's my channel. Yes, I have to follow some general standards, but it's my decision who I show, who I like, who I don't like. And if we are comparing, for example, some Ukrainian channels which are more loyal to acting power, or some channels which are more loyal to former president of Ukraine, we understand that, for example, my presence on these so-called oppositional channels doesn't mean that their information policy is balanced, and you know what I'm talking about. It is not. Because on these channels, as you know, from very early in the morning till very late at night, what the audience hear and see, that all acting power is garbage. We are cheaters, we are crimers, and so on and so forth. This is what is happening there, and you know that it is happening there. And all monitorings showed it also. So what the problem do we have? We have the problem of non-balanced media sphere. We have problem of still, but thanks God, this self-governance and self-regulation in media sphere now slowly but growing on. And this is what I expect as a guy who spent in media many years. I really waiting for the day when self-regulation and self-governance in these chambers that already are established by media for co-regulation with national regulator, they will create charters, codes, standards, and all media, or at least 90% of media, absolutely freely will agree and will follow these standards and rules and procedures and so on. And this will be decision, because I don't believe in a situation when you write in law that person in this country should be honest. If it could work, we wouldn't need criminal code, you know? Unfortunately, it doesn't work so. So I strongly believe in media responsibility, in media self-regulation, in media activism. This is what I strongly believe. And this is what I always am ready to support.
Thank you, Minister. And my last round of questions is I'm not sure if I'm supposed to open up to questions or just do one last round of questions, looking at my organizers. Oh, okay, let's open it up. Natalia.
I
have a question to Mikita Poturaev. What role in marathon is played by Vyacheslav Matyas? Which private shareholder, which private channel does he represent there? Since I'm not in the management of Telemarathon, I have no idea what role does Matyas play there. Well, nevertheless, you contradicted the fact that Telemarathon is being hand-steered by the government. You said that this is all happening just like that, by the agreement of private shareholders and by the wish of the management. And that's what I'm saying. But you have no relation to him. How do you know? Well, because I talk to people. Okay, but you don't know about Matyas. No, I know Matyas, but I have no idea what role he plays there. But you said you're talking to people, right? When I'm saying that Matyas is managing the Telemarathon, well, this is the general problem. We are throwing phrases at each other, although neither you nor I does it in real life. But these phrases have to be founded or something. The public broadcaster was in 2022, 2023 in Telemarathon. There was the extension of Telemarathon at that time. So there was a chat where Svetlana was participating. Oh, sorry, Carla was there, right? There's a chat of the managers of the channels. It's not a secret. They have a chat comprising of the managers of these channels and editors. Before we start saying that someone is managing and hand-steering something, or gives orders, it would be good to be sure and to have some kind of confirmation that in those charts, something was giving orders to someone. So it means that during the time that the Suspilne was in the Telemarathon, this has not been confirmed. No single time, we know that, right? So after Suspilne is not there, well, I have some people that I can ask, and you have people that I can ask. Is there a fact that Matyas or someone else, there's some other person now in the chat of this, as I was told in this chat of the managers of the channels that participate in Telemarathon, that they are giving orders? Do we have that confirmation or not? We're in Ukraine, right? I think if that was the case, we would have had so many screens from those chats already somewhere hanging in social media for 3 months, like with Ukraine Forum, where we all were involved in this situation. We knew about all that when it started happening there. We knew when, 1 week before, right? Our narrow circle knew it, right?
Thank you. I'm going to go to one more question.
It was very important discussion about look, it's about correct evaluation of what is happening. As it was mentioned, Reporters Without Borders say that it's not everything bad with freedom of media and freedom of speech in Ukraine. At the same time, we constantly are talking round and round, again and again, about marathon, what is happening, political censorship. So it doesn't mean that I mean that everything is fine. It means only that I say, okay, let's talk concretely.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate it. I'm going to go to one more question, and then we'll do a last round of
Я
comment.
уточню тільки ще, чому
I would
таке
like to
важливо
clarify why
телемарафон,
this
тому
question on telemarathon is so, and why this triggers Ukrainian people so much, and Ukrainian media experts, why they're triggered by this, and pundits as well. Because the telemarathon, where there's Rada and commercial channels, the state budget allocates funding towards this purpose. And when money is given for commercial channels that belong to the oligarchs, that always raises certain questions. Doesn't government want maybe to have some loyalty of these media by doing that, or maybe they want to influence the informational policy of these channels? We only see the numbers in the survey that the trust to telemarathon is going down, and the trust to Suspilne is 77%, which makes us very happy. Okay, thank you, Katerina Mysnikova, the Executive Director of National Association of Media. The first time in 7 years, despite the fact that I organized this, I'm asking the question because I don't want us to talk about 80% of shares and 6 channels, because we have huge number of media who are working on the front line. Pokrovsk TV company, 10 meters from the contact zone, people are doing their work on the daily basis. Just I want us to talk about what we can do as big international organizations, international donors. We're very grateful for this, for your support, for financial, political support, and moral support. So what we can do as a state, as a community, for that matter, to make sure that regional media and independent journalists who are working there on the front line could do their work as much as possible, because despite the fact that we're talking about the lack of people, lack of funding, lack of mental health to do this work on the daily basis, what do you think should be done, and what is being done? What are you planning to do along these lines? Thank you. I would be very grateful for your answer.
During war times, and Ambassador, I might turn to you first. The European Union is known for generous support.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we have in fact channeled around 15 million euros to Ukrainian various journalistic organizations. We support media literacy, we support independent journalism. And as Svetlana said, and perhaps it's an inverse correlation of the marathon losing the viewership and attendance to its program. Suspilne is very much gaining ground and respect. And I think we are one of your biggest supporters probably in Suspilne. So I'm with my Swedish colleague, with Martin, saying we are strong believers in importance of public media space. But what we try to do, and even more now since the full-scale invasion, is actually work with regional journalists and local journalists, because the importance of local news and is really critical for a democracy. And when you start losing local reporting and local journalism, that's then very easy to replace with various conspiracy theories and disinformation. So we are strong believers in the importance of local news, independent news, media literacy, and a very specific type of investment is the fact-checking and fight against disinformation. So we're very happy to be supporters and continue to, and Suspilne is really one of our core partners for this work.
And Martin, yes, as another donor famous for supporting freedom of expression. Yes, love to hear your perspective.
Thank you. I'd like to start out from what was said about a balanced media scene. Balanced and diverse, because that's really where you get the credibility and when you get everything from. as a friend of public service, already declared, I tend to see public service as an anchor for this balance, or insurance, if you like, against disinformation, against instability. And Sweden has, for this reason, supported public service in Ukraine for quite a long time. And I know that there's a big discussion going on, and there's a state budget coming here. I'm not going to enter into the Ukraine's budget discussion, but I hope that at the end of the day, Ukraine is ready to pay this insurance bill in order to guard against instability and disinformation. On top of that public service, in Sweden, we then have a system where we build diversity with other channels. Complemented by, as was also mentioned, self-governance. We have an independent but self-governing system. So anchor, diversity, and independent self-governance.
Thank you. And I'm going to open up to additional questions. Yes.
Дякую. Валерій Болган, Інтент, Одеса.
Valery Bohan, Intent, Odessa. Mikitov, you absolutely said that we have no law on censorship in Ukraine, but in the beginning of this year, after the massive pressure of media and NGOs, a number of press officers like Natalia Homeniuk, for example, was put aside for the control over distribution information and prohibition for the obtaining information. How do you legally call these actions for which press officers were fired? Well, to qualify, we have to read the order of the commander-in-chief who was firing them. We can call it the attempt to censor information, and probably, well, this was one of the concerns of the media community, and very rightly so. To answer your question, just wanted to say that, but I didn't say that I think that the fact that there is no law about martial censorship is good. This is a token with two sides to it. On the one hand, the law on martial censorship says who is responsible for what are the limits of the responsibility, what one can do, what one cannot do. But this is the law on martial censorship. On the other hand, when you have no law like that, then you have to do just like the journalists, fellow journalists were doing when they were writing complaints, public complaints, they were pressuring, and they pushed it all the way through. And that's the other side of this coin. When there is no law on martial censorship, it means that many things should be done by you. And the fact that doing this is great, but of course, it means additional liabilities that maybe first you have not signed up to, but that's the reverse side of this. Just wanted to follow up on the previous question. The thing is that Ukrainian media adhering to the professional standards is very much correlated to the assistance that is provided to Ukraine in general. In Ukraine, in the recent years, we have had a number of good initiatives like a white map of good media. And if you take our community, our sector, the donors, when some media come for the call for proposals and get the grant, they see whether the media is in this white map or not, whether they do their work diligently or not. But also during the war, we're in the process of rebuilding. We're like ants. We're being killed, but we keep rebuilding our ant house. We get billions for the rebuilding. And the donors, these international donors and Western countries, they want to know, they want to be sure that this money which is given for rebuilding of Ukraine is used fairly. And the role of regional media is very big here. They, of course, know who is winning the tenders. If those are the companies that belong to someone fishy, they write about this, that goes viral. So for national media, what is the role of the national media? it is strengthening and it is growing. I apologize, but my colleagues wanted me to thank the cabinet of ministers who, for the first time in 7 years, drafted the budget in the parliament with a bigger number of subventions than in the previous year for Suspilne. And so we had to fight for that before. We were fighting for that budget. But this year it happened. The cabinet of ministers gave us a little bit even more. And we're getting the messages that this budget is one too big and they want to cut it back. I think the increased budget is 35% of what states in the law. We don't want 100%, but even now we have 55% less salary than in the commercial channels. And this is why we have the rotation of staff. And I think in order to keep them, and we have a very young team, and that really makes me very happy that we have free thinkers who have come, who want to work. They're young, they are believers, but for 15,000, you cannot have a good specialist. So I do hope that you will assist us, help us in the parliament. Yes, I'd like to join the words of gratitude to the Ministry of Finance, who will be there'll be an official presentation of the budget, 275 billion 75 million. That was very good. We need to be thanked as well because we kept pushing the whole year. Well, there was a group of friends who kept coming and reminding about this. So yes, we have efficient mechanism of protection of draft laws, like threats, blackmailing, and scaremongering. Of course, I'm joking, but we're trying to do this during different other political activities to do it. So if you will experience that they want to cut your budget, so we'll have to come back to these threats, blackmailing, and scaring them. Otherwise,
to any additional questions, though I'm going to ask one myself as well. Right before the session, I had the opportunity to sit down with journalists from the East covering some of the occupied territories as well as territories under attack. And so just wanted to ask you all and the audience to sort of comment on what do we do about journalists right in the front lines? How can we support them better? What are some of the specific needs and how can we meet those specific needs better than we are now? And I'm speaking somewhat as a donor myself. It's very, but the work they do is saving lives. And so we just need to support them in a way that it's hard to imagine in other places. So just any comments on supporting, working with journalists on the front lines here in Ukraine? And again, I'm open up for questions.
Well, in principle, we are being helped very much so. But again, this assistance, first of all, pertain to the questions that can protect correspondents physically on the front line, the armored vests, difficult medical equipment, safety trainings, and practical medicine. This is also done with donor assistance, psychological support, because this is the third year of the war and psychological issues are increasing in the teams. And also we have winter with generators with co-flow. And for example, the public broadcasters of other countries are helping us. The public broadcaster from Japan, other international organizations. So it seems like we have enough, but if we have a blackout for several days, there will be a question whether we will be able to work under these conditions. We have 3,650 people more than 110 already on the front line, and more than 200 are working in the safe zones. These are not that are those on the front lines, but the branches of pre-front territories, Kherson, Sumy, Chernihiv, Kharkov, and it's very dangerous to work there. This is why we have certain rotations that requires also certain financial inflows to change and replace people or do the rotation, and the military correspondents from Suspilne that it didn't used to have them in the beginning of the war. When Suspilne was created, now in
in
a
few
couple of years
years,
we have
we
the
got
full
the new generation
generation
of
of
people
who keep going to the front line, and I'm
go into the front
in
lines all the
raptures
time,
about
and I'm
them.
just fond of these people.
In terms of practical measures, I yield to those with experience from the business. But I think that I would like to take us back to where Katarina started, because you went through some of the risks and some of the numbers of what has happened. And I think that the best way to respect their work, which is really what we can do for them, is to guarantee media freedom. They are risking their lives. We need to respect what they do.
I'll see if there's any additional questions in the audience before I turn to a final. Jillian.
Well, if no one else has one, I'll just take advantage. Earlier this year, the G7 ambassadors held a meeting with journalists from different investigative reporting teams that had experienced different kinds of harassment and interference with their work. And it seems to me that that meeting had a very positive effect. Certainly speaking to some journalists from those organizations recently at a conference held by one of our partners, the Regional Press Development Institute, they said that they felt that there had been an easing up of that kind of pressure. How do you feel as leading members of the international partners of Ukraine working in this country about those situations? How do you decide when to intervene, and in what way is the best way for you to do that? That was a private meeting that was essentially sort of leaked and spoken about in the media. It became known about. Obviously, the government paid attention. I'm not suggesting there's any kind of monolithic effort on the part of the government to use government agencies to interfere with the work of journalists. I think I agree with what Mikita Potarayev said, that the government isn't a monolith and the media aren't a monolith. There are different actors inside them. But it does seem to me that, that when things like this happen, the role of international partners does become quite important. And also it's a very difficult dance for you to dance because you are friends, right? You are friends and partners. So maybe you could lift the lid a little bit on how you manage those relationships and how you strike the right balance.
Thank you very much for the question. It is indeed a balancing act because we are all here supporting Ukraine and Ukrainians, and the EU is the largest donor and supporter of Ukraine in this battle, in this existential war, and also has agreed to discuss with Ukraine and negotiate entry into the EU. So it is of course a difficult balancing act where you balance the support with also honesty that you have to have with your friends, right? So as to that meeting you are referring to, just a little clarification, it didn't leak. We actually posted the photo on our G7 ambassadors website, Twitter account, X account. So it was meant to be publicized that we met. We just didn't publicize the content, and very much saw the same reaction that the situation has eased up. When do we intervene? When moves from episodic or very episodic to more frequent, we felt that it was important to send a signal. And we are all very closely in touch with obviously with the authorities, with the Rada, with the president's office, with the government, but by the same token with the various parts of the civil society, think tank community, journalists, business people. So, Kiev is certainly a town where there is a lot of talk and a lot of gossip and a lot of discussions, and so you sort of feel that, okay, now is the time to step in and have an honest signal, and I'm very glad that it worked that time.
Well, Sweden's obviously not part of the G7, but we have for a long time and throughout supported free media and seen this as a part of our crusade, if you like, for human rights and for democracy. And as I said in my intervention on the media restrictions or self-imposed restrictions here, you need to strike a balance, and that balance should not be where it's too comfortable for the government. I, as an ambassador, need to answer difficult questions, not just the questions that I like. This is a key principle for making society work. So, and for me, it's not really a question of when to intervene or not. It's just a question of continuing giving the same message.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the audience? I will do a final round with our guests here as we look ahead and think about that balance that we're talking about respecting freedom of expression, being able to prosecute a war, and sort of that the tension, the inherent tensions of journalism during wartime. What is your top recommendation to this room about what they should be thinking about or the path forward till we get to the end of this terrible conflict? And Nikita, I'll turn to you first. Words of wisdom for the coming months for navigating freedom of expression, independent media, and a war.
Це, можливо, найбільш складне запитання, тому що насправді
Probably that's the most difficult question, because besides the war, besides the losses of at least 60% of the market of the advertisement, besides the fact that men are in the armed forces of Ukraine and women are working in media, and in fact they are doing everything themselves, there is a specific question of the loss of the audience. And instead, social networks get our share of the attention. So tomorrow we are going to talk about this in this room, but we are going to talk about what do I consider to be a pure evil. And we can see the results of these pure evil on the elections in Germany. We can see what is happening in the US. We can see what is happening in the rest of the democratic world and also in Ukraine. And I consider that this is the threat. I consider social networks to be the threat for the freedom of press and freedom of expression, and not the harbor for the freedom of word and freedom of press. It's a threat, in fact, not a harbor. And I consider that together, and I'm talking not as a politician, I'm talking as the citizen, I think that altogether, all civil society and of course politicians have to be involved. We should not be afraid of Telegram channels, but we have to have a clear position together with media. All together, we have to fight for protecting the rights and truth. Because in the networks where we have anonymous accounts, there is no truth a priori, and we are losing this war altogether. The civil society, media, and the government, we are losing it all together. And if we will lose it, in this case, the consequences will be horrible. The thing is that social networks, we cannot differentiate social network and traditional media, because lots of traditional media, they have their pages in social networks. So in social networks, Suspilne has 12,000 subscribers for the information from Suspilne, and that is something we cannot just prohibit. And you can see that according to the survey, you can see that the number of the people who are getting the information from social networks, mainly from Telegram, is increasing. Speaking of the anonymous Telegram channels, yes, we do have to fight them, but there was a reference when the government started to cooperate with anonymous Telegram channels, and it gave them a bit of advantage. But when the journalists have raised and they started to say the word against this kind of cooperation, and this cooperation became not that obvious or even secret, or maybe it's not there. So another thing I would like to mention, in the beginning of September, we had a joint conference, and we were talking about Ukraine joining the European Union and the role of Suspilne broadcaster in this. And I would like to say a bit prouder that we are requested to have reforms, for these reforms to be ongoing, the court reforms and the rest. That are the requests from the European Union. So the reform of Suspilne is a reform. It's not just a table or title changing. It's not a toy. It's not a doll. That is something we are doing, and I do not understand when people say that we are just giving you a bit money for you not to die, and then do whatever you want. You do not want us to be in your independent editorial policy. Okay, do whatever you want and have fun with your editorial policy and have fun with your human resources. So, and there were two press conferences of President Zelensky. We were not allowed to ask questions, even though all the public TV channels and the rest of the small websites, even, I would say, not very reliable websites, they have the right to, they are allowed to ask a question, and we are not offered to join the off-record meeting. So it's kind of, you have a favorite daughter and you have the daughter you do not like that much. So we are kind of the daughter which is not loved. So we would like to have more respect from the people who are making this reform, and I think that it's very important for those for Ukraine. I would like to add that, look, so there should be the situation when, if you were not allowed to ask the question, in this case, it should be the problem for those who didn't allow you to ask the question and not your problem. So they are the ones who should feel pain because Suspilne was not able to ask the question, and this answer was not in your work. And also I would like to ask the colleagues, the foreign colleagues, I would like to say that I do not believe in success of the reform of Euroflow and other anti-corruption reforms and any other reforms, so without continuation of media reform, without enhancing Suspilne broadcaster by financially, institutionally, without support of independent Ukrainian media, without our local regional media, that is Katerina what was Katerina mentioning today. So that is something we can also speculate that, okay, fine, this 1.5 billion, let's give it to the local media, but it will not resolve the issue, and we know of it. It will help 10 media outlets, but it will not be able to help everyone. We need systematic solutions, and we are ready to work on it, but in the conditions, in the context of war, we are not able contextually manage it. But dear colleagues, believe me, none of these so important reforms for Ukraine without media reform will not work out in the end of the day, because it should always go hand in hand and side by side.
Well, I will return back to the pure version of your first question. The people in this room, I would say, again, maybe naively, journalists in this room, do your thing. Government people in this room, let the journalists do their thing. And if you believe, like I do in public service, finance it enough so you have that anchor and that insurance. Both sides make sure that Ukraine is safe by striking that good balance for a country at war. And for people like us, make sure that the world help explain to the world what Ukraine is going through and what Ukraine needs.
What's it?
I think what to do in war is persevere, continue, go on, and we have your back. And we'll continue doing our bit in explaining Ukraine to the world, and in my case, explaining the sometimes unexplainable EU to Ukrainians. And I very much agree that media reform and all the other reforms need to go side by side. And since I'm on the topic of the EU, I just want to say you are fighting a war and discussing accession to the EU. We are a very complicated set of institutions and rules that bind us. So this is an area where it's worthwhile investing in, because the EU accession process will need facts given to people and honest and good reporting as well. We're trying to bring along a cohort of journalists who are conversant in, we're not going to make Sidorenkos of everybody, but who are conversant in the maze of Brussels and institutions and regulations. And it's something that will be with you for many years, so it's worthwhile investing in. But keep doing a good job.
I will summarize that. We'll start with this final comment about we're doing this at the same time as EU succession, so let's get the balance right. We definitely need to keep an eye on social media, the promise and peril of how it helps, but also could be hurting our cases here. A very full call for support broadly for media in Ukraine. A call for support to continue supporting the public broadcaster, show the public broadcaster a bit more love, so she's no longer the less liked sister, but becomes the most liked sister. Do our jobs. All of us on the stage has a different job. Let's all do our jobs moving ahead. And again, we've got your back moving ahead. Let's do that together. Let's all work together. Please join me in thanking our incredible panel for this very open and vibrant conversation at the end of a long day. Thank you all very much, and thank you.
Дякуємо. Давайте ще поаплодуємо учасникам і учасницям.
Thank you. More applause for our panelists and participants. So we had a very vibrant discussion and very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. So it's almost the end of the first day of National Media Talks, and we can continue networking with coffee, tea, or water. And tomorrow at 10:30, we will continue our National Media Talk, and we will have the second key participant, that will be Extraordinary Plenipotentiary Ambassador of Ukraine, Vadim Prystaiko, 10:30 tomorrow.